we gotta stay awake.
Renegade, Asterisk, 24. Let him all blood with a kick home. Pedal on a pedal with an old 3, get room, boom, 400 dash roll. Got to see 100 the end move. Get lifted, body need be cool. Let's do flat over your head. Body got another on me, OMEN. Telephone cut that rain. Shout out my son for the rain time. I don't want cut my leg. Running fist fire, scared no rest. Go pop one ring, go break one bench. I pop missile, if I wish I put one pistol on my head. Was popping and popping, love in the morning. Blue come over to come in the morning. Vogue in the flick, poster forming. Confident boy run a halo on me. Jealous in the NBO, fill up in the air. I be hitting minimal when I'm on the air. Yeah, boy so pitiful, wanna be my pet. Oh well, good boy, catch a bone on the stair. Renegade, Asterisk, 24. Let him all blood with a kick home. Pedal on a pedal with an old 3, get room, boom, 400 dash roll. Got to see 100 the end move. Get lifted, body need be cool. Let's do flat over your head. Body got another on me. Skittle on my life. Skittle. Green pack flavor. Take all the vibes. Right side center. Pesky side. I need to spin it. Blind with a face, spin relay on this light. We gon' see where to take off. I am the chosen one, that's how I feel. I ain't tripping on rewind. The blessing I got from the angels around me are really some A1. I am the chosen one, that's how I feel. I ain't tripping on rewind. The blessing I got from the angels around me are really some A1.
Renegade, 危险将我包围。Renegade， 浓雾自我击坠。雨落下，靠近我外套。一辆车穿梭在轨道。你不想成为我目标。Renegade go on the more.
Renegade, Asterisk, 24. Let him all blood with a kick home. Pedal on a pedal with an old 3, get room, boom, 400 dash roll. Got to see 100 the end move. Get lifted, body need be cool. Let's do flat over your head. Body got another on me, OMEN. Renegade, Asterisk, 24. Let him all blood with a kick home. Pedal on a pedal with an old 3, get room, boom, 400 dash roll. Got to see 100 the end move. Get lifted, body need be cool. Let's do flat over your head. Body got another on me, OMEN.
I'm out here in the cold night, running till I barely feel my feet. Wanna see it through my own eyes. There's no going back, and I'm not afraid anymore. Cause I know I'm gonna be the last one standing. Yeah, I'm not afraid anymore. Yeah, I don't wanna wait anymore. I'm ready to fall, I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes. I'll run blind straight into the flames. Watch me burn, alone in the shadows. I'll carry you home on my back. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I'll scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down. See that I'm surrounded by predators. This critical, they got me in my element. It's dirty how you trying to keep it elegant. Keep my eyes open wide when everyone around me is an enemy. See my life cross my eyes. I'm ready to fall, I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down. Too bad you can't take me down. You can't take me down. I'm ready to fall, I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes. I'll run blind straight into the flames. Watch me burn, alone in the shadows. I'll carry you home on my back. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down.
我的精神也很顽强，你掌握不了我是宣扬，天空变化莫测，境况让人深思。可是败了你也都没办法，你的安排像灾祸，在我看来你帮就无奈，你没胜利也不受崇拜。I'm a great, I go way, pop and paving my way through the smoke and the flame and the cold and the rain. Yeah, you wanna be me, but I stand out. You on flat earth, looking at my cloud. Standing tall to the test. Standing tall to the test. 我的精神也很顽强，你掌握不了我是宣扬，天空变化莫测，境况让人深思。可是败了你也都没办法，你的安排像灾祸，在我看来你帮就无奈，你胜利也不受崇拜。Standing tall to the test. Standing tall to the test. 你看我的 set 就知道我的团队在团结。Team is the best， 他们值得 respect， 我们之间有巨大的差别。连我妈妈也叫我永远的神。我一回家，她说大儿子你很 tough， 一直不带不能被取代，比我更努力的人也不存在。到时我起来和演算奶直接出了那战斗。I'm great, I go way, pop and paving my way through the smoke and the flame and the cold and the rain. If you wanna be me, but I stand out. You're on flat earth, looking at my cloud. Standing tall to the test. Standing tall to the test. Standing tall to the test. 我的精神也很顽强，你掌握不了我是宣扬，天空变化莫测，境况让人深思。可是败了你也都没办法，你的安排像灾祸，在我看来你帮就无奈，你的胜利也不受崇拜。我的精神也很顽强，你掌握不了我是宣扬，天空变化莫测，境况让人深思。可是败了你也都没办法，你的安排像灾祸，在我看来你帮就无奈，你的胜利也不受。Standing tall to the test. 咱们值得 respect. Standing tall to the test. 咱们值得 respect. 精神也很顽强，你掌握不了我是宣扬，天空变化莫测，境况让人深思。可是败了你也都没办法，你的安排像灾祸，在我看来你帮就无奈。And now we still go ape, hey.
to live your life the way you want. Compete like the toughest challenger. Dance like there's no tomorrow. Celebrate every second you are alive. Life has no rule books, but we can give you a stage.
For another frag, and beaches ahead of the support, and a offensive board.
Watch me, get down, give me my shot, 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 give me my shot. Get down.
1v2, the spike is kicking in, the hour shot comes in, but Eden King takes him down, velocity secures the
Give me
map.
my shot, give me my shot, kick come, I don't care. Get down.
The week of testaments is over and the week of conclusion begins now. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the OMEN VCSA 2025 Split 1. And I'm going to be your host and caster Sahishnu. Alongside me, we're going to have Aladdin. Last week, Aladdin, we saw all these teams play up against each other, match up. We saw the teams who've been going undefeated. We saw some teams who have yet to find out their first victory, and almost all of them are going to play today. What are your expectations from now on? But honestly, before we move on to the current prediction, I want to talk about what really happened in that previous week, right? And how have you really been after watching that kind of action?
Well, once again, thank you so much for having me here. And if you talk about the previous week, Velocity Gaming, Revenant Esports, they kind of dominated the entire week. They were undefeated, a 4-0 from both the team side. I think these are some impressive stats. But on the other side, if you talk about Reckoning Gaming and Team Orangutan, these were those teams who kind of dominated in a few matches, but they struggled in the other one. So in this week, they have to be, they have to make sure that they perform. But on the other side, this is going to be another tough week for SATUL, Global Esports Academy, Asterisk, and Team Aura. All these teams were unfortunately not performing up to that mark, but there were a few matches in which they surprised us.
Absolutely, but no surprises here right now because the format is on our screens live, ladies and gentlemen. The bottom two teams from every split will move down to the promotion relegation until we move to split 3, where the top 8 teams will again play, and 4 teams who will gain the maximum number of points from all these 3 splits combined will move to the Ascension qualifiers. Now this is the most important part, right? You win split 1, split 2, split 3, it does not matter until and unless you are always consistent in that because of the point systems that we have right now. We can clearly see the value of all these 3 splits as well. Split 1 first prize 60 points, split 2 second first position prize 105 points, and for split 3, if you qualify on the first place, or rather if you finish at the first place, you're going to receive 135 points. So there's a big difference there, and this entire difference is also because there's a big prize pool of the entire VCSA 2025 split. 1.13 crore in total with the first split. We'll receive 26 lakhs in total. For the second split, teams will receive 29 lakhs. For split 3, it's going to be 53 lakhs and a 4 lakh for special prize as well. While you move on to the split 1 prize pool, there's a lot to grab.
Absolutely, there's a lot to grab. Every team wants to have that line share of 12 lakh rupees, but on the other side, if you move forward, if you move downwards, in fact, and if you secure the second spot, you will get that 6.4 lakh rupees. Third and fourth teams will get a 2 lakh rupees. But as you move down, the prize pool decreases as well. But that's something that teams don't want to have. Everybody wants to have that line share, and everybody wants to make sure that they have that royalty. They secure that royalty for their team. But as we move forward, we will talk about the second week week, another week, a new start, a new beginning for all those teams. But you have to make sure that you come up with that confidence. You have to come up with that reset mental, because this is going to be really important. No doubt that you have that potential in yourself. You qualified in this whole tournament, but you have to make sure that you move forward from this one as well. But as we talk about the overall standings, VLT Velocity Gaming, as previously mentioned, they dominated the entire week.
Absolutely, and not, they haven't really lost anything apart from just one map of Abyss, but it's not the only team who's been dominating in the previous week. It's also Revenant Esports who've been going undefeated. And by the way, for all the people wondering, VLT and Revenant Esports fated matchup will also be tomorrow. But for now, we'll also have to see how these other teams perform, right? Because right now is the matchup of VLT up against Revenant Esports, while also the second matchup is going to be between Asterisk and Aura. Some teams that still are struggling to find that consistency, find that value, right? I have to talk more about on that, but before we move forward, I really want to just send it out loud there to all the people. I know we've just had a very colorful Holi, ladies and gentlemen, and I really hope you enjoyed that festival as well. It was very beautiful all the way around here, and I think so that was a very important factor in terms of the resetting of that mental for all the players too, because most of them might have just enjoyed it for all the peers that they had,
Absolutely,
and everyone around them, and that's a very good mental booster, because whatever happened for the entire week, you eventually now have a big break from that, and now you move forward again with that entire new reset mind. So I think so it could be very crucial for not just Asterisk or Aura, but also for Reckoning Esports, who eventually faced struggle in the previous week when they went down 0-2 against OG.
Absolutely. If we talk about today's schedule, it's the most performing teams coming up against each other and the least performing teams from the previous week playing against each other. So you can say that a Velocity versus Reckoning Esports, this is going to be a very, very crucial match, because both the teams, they have to make sure that they prove to all their fans that they are the best teams of Split 1. But on the other side, Aura, they were struggling previous week, and Team Asterisk, they had a very rough start. They had a very rough week. So both the teams, it's really important for them to make sure that they start this week with a bit of momentum.
They have to get that momentum in, and specifically this lineup of Reckoning Esports of BGG, Moner, Tricky, Deadly Den, and Rio. We saw the performance last week. They had some funny moments as well. Back when Reckoning were playing against Aura itself, there was a moment when Deadly Den eventually let out all the shots on his Sheriff. I'm pretty sure the only reason why I remember this is because I was helping a few people flip that one out. That was pretty funny. But on the other side, BGG, Moner, two of the big pillars of this team, they failed to perform against the side of OG. So of course, they now need to step up, because I'll have to target down. Go into the hands of both of these players. So I think so pulling their own socks up with the entire team itself in general. Moner was still stepping up their game, but yes, for all the other players too, be it Tricky, be it Rio, it's about time that these players now start to outtrack.
Absolutely. If you talk about one player, BGG, in the start of this previous week, he did dominate entirely. But as we move forward towards their last matches in the previous week, BGG struggled a lot. I think that coordination is not there. Maybe he's not getting that confidence in that team. So he needs to step up his game as well. But on the other side, Rio, he was another player who was underperforming from their side. But on the other side, if we talk about Team Velocity Gaming, every player tried to make sure that they give their 100%, but Tamara was something else. He was dominating entirely in every other match. His neon, it was just crazy.
This guy was just hopping in, creating some pandemoniums out there. You give him a Bucky, he's always getting you multi-frags after multi-frags in those eco rounds. And this is one of the main reasons why VLT has probably got one of the best eco round conversions in the entire VCSA till now. And I think so that's going to continue unless you learn how to stop the working of the mind of this guy. That's Russ on our screen. SK Rossi has been phenomenal in this new role of, you could say, Sentinel or the pseudo-lurk positions. Lightning Fast as well, doing a pretty good job on those things as well. I remember there was a game against, if I'm not wrong, Aura, but this guy he got 2 aces back to back. Even against Global Esports Academy, this entire roster review that they do not care if it's your full lineup or if it's your they're just gonna showcase.
One enemy remaining.
Absolutely, but once again, I will talk about Velocity Gaming's Tamara, the way he dominated against Orangutan. I think he dropped around 60 kills in 2 matches. I mean, in 2 maps. That was some crazy performance. 28 on the map of Lotus and 30 on the map of Haven. Crazy performance. Tamara is that factor that has to be dealt with as soon as possible. If Team Reckoning Esports wants to win this best of 3, they have to make sure that they put all the pressure on Team Velocity from the very first round, and they have to find a solution. They have to make sure that they counter Tamara somehow, because this is that one pillar on the basis of which this team is dominating. So Velocity, they don't have that pressure on their side, but on the other side, if we talk about Reckoning Gaming, I think a little bit of pressure will be there.
I think so there's going to be a lot of pressure, not just a little bit, because we were expecting this team to probably outperform all the others, but seeing how they stumbled against OG, I think so it's going to be a very David versus Goliath matchup right now, because VLT, in terms of their basics, they've cleared it so fundamentally good, you know, and it's not always just a Damara show, it's sometimes SK Rossi show, and it's also sometimes Madeline show. The fun fact about Madeline is the fact that whenever it comes to those mid-round to late-round positionings, or specifically in those push plans, you do not know if Madeline is alive, he's on side, or if he's just waiting for you to move towards the side so that he can backstab you. He always goes for those late push plant lurk timings as well, and this is the strength of this team. It could be Rossi, right? He would be playing on Sentinel, he would be playing on Chamber,
Absolutely.
he would be playing on Vice, but he would be the one who's got an operator in the hand, holding down Fortress from probably Rubble or from probably some other avenue, and Madeline is the man who's probably moving from the B side, who's playing an initiator like Fade, and then he's ready, you know, haha, move forward, and I've got my crosshair right at the place. This is the biggest threat that Reckoning will have to deal with, I think so, because it not just brings them some crucial rounds, but also breaks the momentum of the enemy entirely, or even their backbone. And Reckoning, yeah, it's looking pretty bleak.
Absolutely. If we talk about Team Reckoning Esports, there are a few players who were not stepping up, unfortunately, but this week is going to be another week. They're starting from 0. The reset mental is there. Let's see if they are able to get that momentum as well. But as we move forward, it's really important to talk about the map picks as well. What is going to be that map veto? If we talk about Team Velocity Gaming, they love to play on the map of Lotus and Pearl. Previously, in every other best of 3, their first map pick was Lotus, and Reckoning Esports, they also like to play Lotus, but they were bringing in Haven and alongside Split as well. These are the maps that Team Reckoning Esports was trying to explore. But what is going to be that map veto? That's going to be another question.
I do like that avenue which you brought up, right? Because Velocity is probably a team that has got 5 of the different maps in their map pool. Apart from Abyss, I think so 4 of the maps that they've played till now, they have performed really well. There has not been any other team who's got anything more than 9 rounds against them. They haven't even reached double digits. It was only Orangutan on the map pick of Haven. And by the way, Haven was the map pick of OG themselves. So they were expected to win, which was eventually stolen away by VLT. So these have been the situations where VLT is just so very strong, right? And one of the main reason why it is because of the man on screen right now. That's going to be Russ. 176 in terms of the ACS with 101 kills in total. Now look at the disparity between both of these players. And this is given the fact that they both have played the exact same number of matches.
Absolutely, but I think Russ, the total number of times he played on Breach was 7, and on the other side BGG, the number of times he played on Omen is 5. The stats are a bit more, you can say, in the favor of BGG, but as he has 225 ACS per. And on the other side, if you move forward, the kill number is not there, unfortunately. 77 into 63, and Russ 101 into 89. He was definitely dominating. If we talk about the number of kills that he was getting, even if you move forward, the kills per round is in the favor of BGG. Kind of mix and match of the stats. You cannot say that these stats are favoring one players. Russ in one department is dominating, BGG in another department is dominating. Both the teams, they have these players, and their role is very crucial. Both the players have to perform, and they have to make sure that their team get this match in their favor. But once again, that role of entry fragger, Damara on one side, and on the other side, Tricky on the other. Tricky has to make sure that he gets those early frags for his team.
Yeah, I think so. That's one part of it where Tricky is being outclassed by Tamara, finding those openers, finding those entries. I think so Tricky also finds some of his own, but there have been certain scenarios where we've seen him struggle. So I think so that's also going to be, now since there are some hefty aimers on the other side as well, yeah, a bit more difficult. We'll have to just wait and see eventually, right, what happens in that matchup, because I'm going to bring the conversation back again to that map pool itself, where we've seen different kinds of map, but most of them have been dominated by that Lotus and Haven. For both of these teams, we've seen Reckoning as well perform very good on that map. We've also seen Velocity, but in terms of how good specific maps have been, Velocity is basically just flying away with big colors, right, with big numbers, because you talk about Lotus, it's heavily dominated by VLT, while Reckoning's matchups have been looking pretty close on that, apart from just a couple of teams. You talk about Haven, that's also where VLT have gone, but those maps have basically been a bit more close, while Reckoning, they have been heavily dominating some other teams there. But again, it also brings into the question, there's not much depth in the map pool of Reckoning. We've seen only one map apart from Lotus and Haven, and that has been split. Nothing else, while VLT has shown 5 till now, and apart from Abyss, I think so 4 maps are really solid for them. If I'm not wrong, I think that the only maps that they've not shown has been the map of, you know what, I'm actually not going to reveal it, I'm going to let it be. Maybe it's going to be a new question, but for now, the current question for the quiz is going to be, who got the highest eliminations previous week? Who was that person? If you've been following us, I remember we showed a graphic on the very last day before closing the show. Is it Aziz, Damara, Raw Fuel, or Venka? Quickly scan that QR code to answer. You'll get a form, fill it, make sure you click on submit. That's it. I think so we've already had the winners of the previous week, so now it's going to be the first question for this week. Ladies and gentlemen, this is another opportunity for you to answer these questions throughout the week, and the one who answers maximum questions correctly will win 5,000 VP for themselves. By whichever skill you want. You can probably buy your favorite Elder Flame operator.
Absolutely.
For the second place, we're gonna have 2,000 VP. Aladdin, I know you want to answer that question too, but I'm not gonna let you do.
I already have Elder Flame set entirely. I have the whole set, but it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. But let's move forward and talk about the map veto, as we were talking about it previously. On the map of Lotus, Revenant Esports, they don't have. You can say they did not have much of winning chances up against Velocity Gaming, because Velocity, if you look towards the scores of their Lotus map, they dominated entirely. But in every other matchup, even if you talk about Orangutan, this team struggled, and against Aura as well. Revenant Esports struggled a lot. But as we're moving forward, there is an interview that we have to see. Let's see what the players of these teams have to say.
उस इंटरव्यू सेगमेंट की तरफ और थोड़ी बहुत बातचीत करते हैं दोनों ही टीम्स के कोचेस से. सो वंस अगेन वेलकम बैक लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, वेलकम इंत्रा एंड वेलकम Godspeed. How you guys, how you feeling, and how's your week, how's your Holi, by the way? Have you guys celebrated Holi? Godspeed.
Yep, happy
Hello
Holi
guys,
to all of you.
how are you guys?
Sorry?
Right, I can't hear you, apologies.
Yeah, now you're audible.
We said hello, happy Holi to all of you as well. Hi, Intra.
Thank you.
Hello guys. Pleasure to be here with you.
Yeah, that's great.
Okay.
Intra, straight away, I have a technical question for you. Last game, absolutely, should I say, bad performance by your team. What was wrong? What went wrong in that particular game?
I mean,
26-0
a lot
is
of
what you said.
things. No, if we play in 100%, we are capable of doing that. When we play 0%, obviously not. So that's what happened. Like my 5 players AFK. It is what it is. I also commit bad timeouts. So
No way.
like it was a completely
Bad day.
team mistake. Yeah, it was a bad day, but it
Okay.
was necessary to fix the problems we've been carrying out. And we didn't notice it because the team difference we faced. But once we got a team kind of equally to us, those mistakes appear more in the super fight. So it was difficult to fix them in game, but it was a necessary loss for us.
Oh, that's great. Follow
Agreed.
question to this. Do you think that the Indian core in your team is performing a bit weaker as compared to your imports, even given the roles?
A bit what? Sorry.
A bit less, how should I put it? A bit less powerful as compared to your imports.
Depends
Is
on
that
how you
the
put
case?
it. In terms of firepower, it's normal because they are used
Okay.
to a 5 Indian
Alright.
core. They are used to a core with the kind of same firepower level, but obviously with Moner and BGG already Ascension players, they play a top level of Europe against every day against the best of the best. And that's something that is making them be more aware of the firepower skills. Indian obviously need to have more time to adjust to that, but they are doing really good on adapting. It's gonna take more time to see their full potential,
Alright.
but I don't think they are performing less. They just need more experience.
All right, experience is what
Got
you
it.
say. All right, thank you so much, Intra. Godspeed. Any special prep? I mean, आपसे तो क्या ही पूछे. The team has been winning. They've been doing great.
Yeah.
Any special prep for today? Anything special that we might see in the game?
Nah, man, just taking it game by game as usual.
Nothing new.
That's it.
No
Nothing
Yoru,
new.
no Raze, no double duelist in the composition.
Absolutely plain old Valorant, man.
All right.
All right.
One
Phoenix, any
thing.
questions?
Yeah, so it's going to be for Godspeed itself only. You guys already got 4 victories, right? There are 3 more matches left. Do you think you can get 7-0 in split 1, Godspeed? Please answer
Hala for a
honestly,
reason.
please.
I would assume that's a rhetorical question, but obviously, yes.
Okay. Obviously, yes. All right.
It's
That's
fine.
going to be the final line. Thanks a lot, Godspeed. Thanks a lot, Intra, for joining us for this amazing
Best of luck.
Thank you,
interview.
guys.
I hope the game would be fun for you guys too, and you guys will also enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you, guys. Good luck. Have fun.
Well, my man literally said, I mean, what do you expect if all my 5 players are sleeping? That has been the craziest thing that I've heard him say. But that's so funny, right? That's so funny. And to be honest, I kind of agree with him that if Reckoning are playing with all 5 players on their full potential, I'm pretty sure that, I don't know about 13-0, but yeah, they can definitely be the top team in the entire region. But that always comes in with its own, drawbacks as well, where you are figuring things out, you're trying to learn new things, you're trying to kick that synergy in between your Russian core as well as your Indian core. So of course, that's a very, very solid point.
But there's something interesting on screen, and that is going to be the map pool. Lotus is once again going to be that map that will be played between these teams. The first matchup is there, and the Velocity, as this is their favorite map. This is that map where they love to dominate. They will be on the defense side, and on the other side, if you talk about Haven, is going to be that second match, and then Fracture is the decider one. It's also picked by Velocity.
Yeah, I mean, there's a few things we'll have to correct there, but it's fine. I'm pretty sure that Lotus was a pick by maybe Reckoning, and eventually the other.
I
one
don't think
was
so.
picked by VLT. It could have been vice versa, but the whole point is that you know what? I really just want to maybe talk to all these teams and say, please get Lotus and Haven out of your map pool, because I am so annoyed constantly seeing those maps. But it's absolutely fine. It's super fun since both of these teams really know how to play there. Reckoning on the attacking side, VLT on the defense side. The composition, no different, nothing different, because it's again the same Breach Teho comp into the Breach Fate comp.
Absolutely no difference whatsoever, but the performance is something that has to be different. And Reckoning Esports, this is a challenge for them, as their previous matches were not good enough. Velocity, they had a crazy week, a 4-0 win. They played 4 matches, they won 4 matches. They won only one map, right? They lost only one map. I'm sorry, Velocity. But Reckoning Esports, they got challenged by many of their opponents. Velocity, their confidence is in their favor, but Reckoning Esports, this is that week where they can get their mental back, they can get their momentum back. But for that to happen, Monair and Rio, both these players, they have to step up. Deadly and Tricky, they're doing just fine. BGG, his stats was okayish, but Monair and Rio, both the players, they have to step up big time. But on the other side, Velocity, if we talk about Velocity Gaming, Medlin, Ross, SK Rossi, Lightning Fast Damara, all these players are performing. But now, onto that pistol round. The first round is going to be, I think the approach is looking a bit slow because Team Reckoning Esports, they're exploring all the avenues.
Yeah. So again, ladies and gentlemen, we're moving into the first game of the evening, first map as well. Reckoning on the attacking side, VLT on the defense. It's Omen VCSA 2025 split 1. And I really like the idea, right? Madeline playing impressive a bit for a few seconds over towards the B side to just clear out that Arcros. But my goodness, SK Rossi just clears out the head of BGG and not the start which he was eventually expecting. Maybe something new in this new week, but seems like it's again the same old story. Monair just repositioning over towards the connected door. The entire team of VLT is ready to flood out of their spawn.
Absolutely. A control is there, but Reckoning Esports, a heavy flood is coming towards them. Velocity Gaming, look at all the players. Only Chamber is moving towards the stairs, but look at this. Rio, he found 2 of the players. Retley shuts down another. Slowly and steadily, the advantage is there. But now, as the fight is down to a 2v2, look at Monair. The angle was good, but Medlin, he has no idea, he has no clue, the door was open, the information was given, but the trade comes in. The first round goes in the favor of Reckoning Esports.
What a lovely approach. Monair playing all the way far back. Worked out super well for the team. I was about to say that there's nothing for them to eventually find if anyone's coming in for the backstab or not, but it was absolutely fine. And then the reposition of Monair, along with their last player who stood into that tree. If I'm not wrong, it was Deadly 10. They held their ground and then Madeline was eventually forced on an off angle. Now here's the thing, you know, Damara every single time, whenever VLT is on a save round, buys a Bucky. Every time Damara's got a Bucky in the hands, and he always finds success. Tricky is already down to the 1 HP. I'm pretty sure that he maybe just took a contact against SK Rossi all the way down in stairs and took a few headhunter bullets on his body. Maybe a wall bang as well.
Placing wall trap.
Which now has eventually led for a VLT stuck towards the A side, and I like this call from Reckoning all the way towards the C just because of that first contact early on. Now Gig is up, everything revealed out, so it's all down to Lightning Fast. He's got to move back, Paranoia up his pace, eats it all up along with the early bunch of Util. We'll give him on that space.
But look at Tricky. He has that bulldog and his HP is very low. If VLT gets their hand on this weapon, they can turn this around in their favor. But they're waiting for any of those mistakes. Tamara, look at him. He's so good with that Bucky. He took one down. But the trades are going back and forth. And VLT, down to the last player. The weapon advantage is the main reason. I mean, they tried to push all in, but unfortunately all the players were waiting. And now as Reckoning made sure that they shut down 4 of the players, the round is in their favor. Tamara was just good for 1. The force line was on point, but that was just it. I mean, the players were waiting on the backside. Velocity, they did not give any chance to Reckoning Esports. They did not give any chance to Velocity Gaming.
You know, pretty bold of Damara to still buy into that half shield, understanding there's also an outlaw on the other side. But again, he's just the entry. Now, VLT wants to fight extremely heavy over towards the A lobby now. It's going to be messy for both of the sides. The stun's going to connect for both of them, which eventually does. But Damara is the first one to find that blood, find that head onto Tricky. SK Rossi quickly on the other end as well does the exact same thing. Both the extremities now in the hands of VLT.
But SK Rossi has to be careful because two of the players are waiting behind that smoke. He has his TP available, connects that shot and TP's back towards safety. SK Rossi making sure that Team Revenant Esports struggles in this round. Now it's a 2v5 situation.
Good reposition.
Yes, Maner taking that leap of faith. Damara has that information. The relay bolt timed perfectly.
Good hit.
But he does not want to take any of those risks. Once again, the C is being used. Revenant Esports, they're looking for some exit frags.
Monair is probably going to keep on to this rifle. Maybe this is how the economy. While Dio has to go for those
30
fights.
seconds left.
Monair still maybe do some eco damage out there. Tries to go in for the flash.
Last player
It's going to be a
Oh my god, Ross.
Playing anti-flash and along with lightning fast, catch both of these players. Lovely round for VLT. They pick every single person without losing a rifle.
Absolutely. And Damara, the way he is playing aggressively,
yeah,
he had the idea that an outlaw is there, but still, the way he likes to take all that risk, it does favors them, as we say, risk favors the brave. And he's pretty brave, but now that we're moving towards the full buy round, Damara once again taking the charge on towards the C side. But all the players of Revenant Esports, they will try to push towards A side. And once again, taking the tree control, slowly and steadily moving towards A back. They want to plant. Tricky trying to take that fight, but Ross has shut down deadly. SK Rossi, the reposition is there. And the perfect use is util is there. SK Rossi, he found one. Slowly and steadily taking the players of Team Revenant Esports.
Yeah.
Unfortunate they are. A 2v5 situation it is. SK Rossi, he was just on point and on time. And once again,
God, Monair.
160 shift.
One enemy remaining.
Yes.
Trying to go for the spray, but it's still sticking it all the way down as the bodies were covering and the shots were fired. No bullet can touch Russ. Just one onto the body would have done the trick, but guess what? Reckoning, they could not get that one lucky bullet. I did like the idea from their side. They quickly reacted to that C mount push of VLT when they sent in 3 players, and also, you know, they understood that wherever SK Rossi is playing, he's just going to make sure he gets that one TP out. But he's playing with a Bucky right now, and also he's got the tower force up and ready. There we go. Moves up so far forward, deletes BGG, and it's every single time BGG taking the first contact. I think so. This eventually needs to stop so quickly. It's gonna be Steel Guardian use the paranoia to maybe just go in for the hold, and SK Rossi, he does not stop! It takes 3 players and the utility of a dead man to finally stop his tour de force, and this man just will obliterate everyone. What a demolition.
Absolutely. If SK Rossi is down, Damara will make sure that he creates a lot of trouble for your team, and that's what happened in the previous round. SK Rossi found 2 of the players, but Damara, he shut down the remaining players, and that's it. Nothing else. The first TP was so crazy, and after that, he was standing in the util, and still he found 2 of the players. SK Rossi, he was just brilliant. Reckoning wasted 2 of their ultimates in the 2 rounds, and they got nothing out of it. Rolling Thunder and the Steel Guard. Look at this. Once again, Damara pushing so fast forward and using his utility to the maximum. And once again, SK Rossi with the operator. This team is not stopping. They have different plans now. SK Rossi, Damara, one by one. One is taking the charge of A main and the other is taking the charge of C. Lightning has no way to push. They have no... They're not getting any of that chance to enter site.
Teleport's ready.
Look at this. SK Rossi once again misses his operator, shifts to Headhunter and connects that shot. Lightning delivers the last bullets as well. And once again, Velocity, they're taking that advantage slowly and steadily. 4-2 is the score line. Velocity is dominating.
A much needed timeout. The only 2 rounds that they've got till now have been the pistol as well as the anti-eco. And after that, it has just been a steamroll of VLT. And for all the people out there, someone who might be confused, it is still being played on the exact same patch where Split 1 was being played on. So no changes there. That's why I'm seeing those nasty ISO suppressing undercuts as well. But I'm pretty sure Damara would not have been allowed this much freedom over towards the A main, which basically he's been doing. And I do like the idea from VLT right now. They're controlling the pace of the entire map. They're playing on the defense, by the way, Aladdin, yet it's them conditioning Reckoning Esports who are on the attacking side. So normally in the very first round we saw quite a few utilities being used over towards the A side back in Pistol, or rather the round number 3. But this time Damara, he just single-handedly went there. By the way, it's not just us, Aladdin, who thinks VLT will win. It's also the audience, as 81% of them think that VLT will win against Reckoning. 90% of people. Overby, Rossi maybe just TPs out of that. A couple of utilities make it 3 used up. Lightning Fast has got Paranoia ready as well.
Absolutely. So much utils just to counter one rendezvous. SK Rossi, he realized that the trap is set for him. Falls back. Does not buy the bait. But once again, Revenant Esports, they're forced to move towards the A side. Nobody is holding that one. Medlin slowly and steadily moving towards A. Playing from the connector. And SK Rossi, the rotation is so perfect. The operator, the danger is shifted from C to A side. But he misses one. And look at this. The heavy execute. But Tricky, he's so crispy with the aim game. Finds Medlin. The advantage is there. But Lightning Fast, what was that ultimate?
Look behind you, my man. No one cared, and it's all thanks to the nightfall. They could not hear anything as they just obliterate Reckoning Esports.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Tricky moving few steps forward, did not realize what happened behind him. What a combination. Madeline, my man, being a necromancer out there, setting up for Lightning Fast. And again, it's just the combination plays of VLT, how they just know to utilize what ultimates where. Just look at that. They're all different. They've got absolutely no clue of what's happening to them. And then Lightning just repositions, not twice, but thrice. BGG Monair being deleted from the server. Nasty play. A round where we thought Reckoning have finally learned how to deal with this guy. SK Rossi just goes in for the right peak, takes one down finally. Will be shut down after getting a bit too greedy out there. Overstaying his welcome as Lightning Fast holds his ground and an off angle. Goes from Russ as well, though. That's not just one but 2. Through the smoke.
Blinding.
In a crazy 180-degree aim shift. Lightning Fast, he's too fast for Team Lightning Esports. But once again, look at Monair, he positioned himself. But he was good for 1. Russ shuts him down, and now once again Velocity Gaming getting that advantage in their favor. 6-2 is the score line. But as we were talking about that ultimate hit by lightning fast, I think the credit it does go towards him and his aim game. He was good for one after that ultimate, but those 2 picks that he got after that first pick, it was his crispy aim game. The way he repositioned himself, the way he made sure that his opponents push him. But once again, SK Rossi pushing fast forward towards C. The drone is there, take all that information, but he's not going back. He's not deeping.
Yeah, he was surprised. Lovely drone there. He wanted to pick it off with a shorty but failed to do that. And eventually the rendezvous left uses for the next few seconds. Lovely approach from Reckoning. You've got a recoverable weapon now, but the big problem is that weapon is an operator. Not the best one out there which you would want, but still maybe something to work around with. Probably better than the Sheriff. Hand it over. BGG maybe if he wants to. He's still playing on the Marshal though. Quite confident out there, I must say.
All the players have light shields. Deadly with no shields at all. But Tamara, look at his position. Once again, the anticipation was there, but the relay bolt, it was timed perfectly. Look at this, the operator by Tricky shuts down one. Medlin, he did try to reposition, but the missiles were enough to push him out. And once again, the thrifty round conversion looks possible.
Yeah. All 3 weapons recovered now perfectly. It's all down to just Russ and Lightning Fast, the duo. The destructive duo out there right now. Tricky wanted to go for the white. Lovely flash was there. And it's all down to just Lightning Fast now. Could it be a flawless conversion as well? Maybe untouched out there. Razor Vine sent out forward. Lightning Fast will dodge it. It's a gap now, but Deadly 10 should be watching for this. Yeah, he sees it and gets the thrifty for his team. All the weapons now going to be recovered as well.
Control the space.
What an approach from this team. This time it all started with the first stumble. SK Rossi failing to get that drone out, which eventually snowballed into a reckoning win, because that recovered operator is what got Damara down. And on the back of that, Madeline as well just got out there and rubble. Lovely util use with the guided salvos, with also the paranoia and the flash. Madeline could not do anything. It was just a dead man walking.
Cover going out.
Once again,
versus a defense of Tricky versus SK Rossi.
Absolutely. Once again, SK Rossi trying to repeat the same script, and he successfully did it. That flick was insane.
Yeah, that was such a good adaptation, Aladdin, because this time they sent one more person out there. That was Lightning Fast, but hold on a second, Damara might want to catch in another one as he gets a quick trade off on the other side too. Tricky though sees where Rossi is, sends out the aftershock as well. Being picked off, Tamara quickly runs in with the overdrive, but Deadly 10 turns 180, shuts his man down. It's all down to a 3v3 and still possibility.
Absolutely. Aftershock is going to be there, and Rio, he got shut down by Madeline. Once again, Tricky as he trying to fight those trades, but Tricky and Deadly, they push fast forward, takes both the players, and now the responsibilities on the shoulders of SK Rossi. One man.
Spike planted.
He opened the door, gave the information. He has that operator to work around. The wall bang was there, but no output whatsoever. Vanda's in front of him. He's not gonna take that. But as both the players swing out, SK Rossi found one, but Tricky shuts him down. Once again, the entire performance of Revenant Esports, it depends on the performance of one madman, and that is Tricky.
Gun here. Now we wait.
He managed to get 8 of those frags, and I think 6 of them were in the previous 2 to 3 rounds. That team Reckoning made sure to convert for them. But once again, a heavy B execute is going to be there. Russ, a challenge for him to counter with his utils. Arctos placed. Once again, the drone is being used to clear the avenue. The information is there. Russ falling back, and now the entire team can push forward. And look at this. So easily, they got the control, and once again, Munar, what was that? He was blinded by that paranoia, and yet he found 2 of the players. That was insane. But Ross, now he can use that Yotel, but a counter ultimate was there. The Rolling Thunder being used by Rio.
Still holding the fort down. Prowler taken care of, and Russ quickly shuts Rio down. On the back of it, he's got his own Rolling Thunder into the Steel Garden as well. That's a big problem though for ELT, but Asterisk does not care. He's still ready. It's down to a 3v3. So lucky in the hand though, up close and personal. Tricky catches one. Rossi answers back.
The operator.
But BGG is positioning untouched till now. There's still some time. Moner, when is this guy gonna peek? Russ was ready, but Moner, he does not just catch 2 blinded, he catches the 3rd one unseen as well. The last 2 rounds have been so chaotic, but in this chaos is where Reckoning thrives.
Absolutely, but Reckoning, they need one of their players to step up big time in every other round to convert that round in their favor. Once again, Maynard with the 3K, and previously we saw Tricky doing the same thing. 3K in one round, 4K in the other. That's what he did previously. The pressure is shifting slowly and steadily. They're looking for an equalizer. 6-6 is the score line that Team Reckoning is looking for. But once again, Tamara, look at him. He opened the door, he moved forward, the flash was there, dodged it, but unfortunately he got picked off. But VLT, Lightning somehow managed to get 2 of those frags. But BGG in position, he positioned himself beautifully, but Russ was there to shut him down. Once again, Rio, the rotation is there, but he does not have that advantage. 1v4 situation it is. Lovely play by VLT. No chance for that equalizer.
That's so ready. This is the Nightfall as well. Catches absolutely no one. There's some wind air out there. I like what Rio is doing. He wants to play aggressive, wants to play for a pick though, but does not catch anyone. A 1v4, a bunch of Util on his face. Phantom moment for 2. Oh my god! If only he had a Vandal there. Maybe this could have been turned into a 2v2. So unfortunate for that guy. The first one was nice and lucky, but the second one still landed another head. If only he had a better weapon. And yes, that's why we say Vandal better weapon. But here's the thing.
That's controversial.
I mean, I'll still go with Vandal. Seeing what I've just seen right now, yeah, Vandal.
Okay, alright. I cannot argue more after the previous.
Exactly.
Yes.
You know, I just want to talk about the fact how the last round, it was such a good adaptation from VLT, understanding what was bringing on the table.
Look at what we have on screen. You can get HyperX headphones in just $499.
Yeah, I mean that are the perks if you go for the Omen laptop. You don't want to miss out on those features, right? Because it's also got the 14th Gen i7 processors too. Along with NVIDIA 4060. So that's the best thing you would eventually ask for, because this is the reason why Moner is able to land that crispy headshot on the head of Damara. Thanks to those Omen laptops. But right now, BGB just going to run in reposition. Does not want to scale up behind that Prowler. B-side entirely taken control by VLT. Still got a big bunch of Util, but Tricky's got a big sheriff in the hand. The new one in town right now. Sure, can he catch in? Guess what? Lightning fast. Routers, 2 players from Reckoning. And with that, VLT, they can just play for that spam, for the post run. That's what they are doing. Still got something left in the gas, but not enough to push them through. As Tricky will get the better of him with a better weaponry and end up pushing his team on round 6. Important for the equalizer.
Absolutely. The way all the players of Team Revenant Esports were pushing and baking together, this clearly tells us that they have worked on the teamwork, on the coordination, synergy. Everything is just better from the previous week, and that's one of the reasons why they are on that score line, 6-7 against Velocity Gaming. The pistol conversion is not in the favor of Velocity, and this anti-eco will definitely go towards Reckoning as well. But VLT, Are they bringing anything new? Tamara once again with that shotgun. Look at this. The headhunter was there. He missed it. Unfortunately, Reckoning Esports getting all that information as this Tron gives, as this Tron tells that SK Rossi is there. Once again, after exploring all the avenues, Team VLT, now they're moving towards the A side. Reckoning Esports, they're not pushing forward, not giving any room of mistake, not giving any chance to Team Velocity. SK Rossi, as he got shut down, all the 4 players are pushing towards 3. Tricky, he's there. And look at him. This guy, he got relay bolt. He got stunned, and as he took 1, he got instantly traded. But Velocity, will they get their hand on that weapon? The answer is no, as BGG with those random fires, he found 2 of the players. Madeline, the last one standing, has a Bucky. Look at this. Unfortunate he was. The util was used perfectly and then deadly with that Sheriff. Once again, the entire eco round is in the favor of Team Reckoning Esports as we were expecting. But Velocity, this is the moment of truth.
Good utility from Reckoning as well. Not giving up on a lot of those weaponries. Now, the equalizer is there. Yes, I agree. But it's the gun rounds that Reckoning have been having those struggles with, right? So, we'll just have to wait and see how this one's going to be panning out. SK Rossi all the way out towards the B side, while the rest of the team wants to scale up over towards the rubble, but Reckoning wants to fight B. They've got 4 players there ready. Munair as well, who once opens up the door, will also fight towards B main. So that means all 5 players are ready for a B fight, ready for maybe a crunch, but VLT have avoided this trap entirely. Hitting a few util, now they understand where the stack was. So they're quickly scaling up towards the A side now to maybe get that fast control of the site. They managed to do that perfectly. Using a bunch of utility to clear out all the avenues. And a good scale up behind that. Oh, Tamara. That is so smart.
Absolutely, and look at Lightning Fast. He's also there. A double pick is gonna be there if anyone tries to move forward. But VLT, they have that control. Rio with that flash does not move forward. I think Team Reckoning Esports, they will just walk in and they will all die. But SK Rossi, as he found 1. Slowly and steadily. Yeah.
I mean, I just have to say, I'm pretty sure that Rio was supposed to scale up at that time when his team was scaling up on the side. So maybe going for those trades, but he... Oh my god, what a capitalization from Lightning Fast in that position. Stopping the scale up of Rio, I'm pretty sure there was some kind of util used up, maybe a paranoia to just hold him down, which bought Lightning Fast enough time to just turn around, stop that push. But for now, there's going to be a heavy push over towards the rubble. A 4v4 fight there. Both of these teams, yeah, that's kind of the TP. Lightning Fast now quickly takes control. A big reveal as well coming from Madeleine. The door opened up. Rio buying colors, but it's Lightning Fast right now. How the heck does a neon fly out so damn high and catch so many people too? The entire defense obliterated while Munair still tries to find that equalizer. Not only one he could find, and it's still a 2v4, maybe a dream for Reckoning Esports. This one needs to be very vivid if they want to win this round.
Absolutely, but the rotation from A to B was timed perfectly. VLT giving no chance to their opponents. But once again, Rio, the way he's moving forward, he's trying to take that pick at least and try to make that situation even. But VLT, all the players on different avenues, because they had this util, they had this crazy util, and Tamara, he was enough to shut down Munair. Reckoning, they were expecting that maybe they can convert this round, but the utility users, it was so good. And once again, if you look towards the rounds won by Reckoning Esports, They won 3 rounds on rifles and 4 rounds on pistols. Meanwhile, Velocity, all 9 of their rounds are actually rifle rounds. So you can say that they are pretty deadly on those rifles.
Yeah. Point that was mentioned previously as well. Now Tricky quickly clears out the entirety of the mound, knows there's no one there, clears out the B as well. So the position noted for the rest of the players. So
Bring them down.
back over towards the seaside. Oh, the timing could have been there, but now you need to just run away out of there, Deadly. Tamara stunned up, concussed up, still moving forward, up, out there in front. Rio just slams him down with the Sheriff. Make it just do. Deadly said I could do the exact same thing like you, as SK Rossi wants to maybe equalize the odds and he'll be able to do so. 40 down, but still a winnable round for Reckoning. If only we find something, but guess what? BGG says my Sheriff is enough. But they haven't really gained any rifles, right? That's the only big problem for them.
Absolutely, but
still, yeah, lightning fast. It's off angle.
I mean, BGG, he still found lightning fast, gave a lot of damage. He had the paranoia available,
seconds left.
used it perfectly. But once again, Tricky in his position.
The timing.
Oh my god, PLT, they don't have the time. They need to plan as soon as possible. They're moving towards the seaside. Tricky is there. But Tricky, he is not going towards the seaside. PLT will get the plant. They will get the plant. They will surely get the plant. And look at the position of lightning fast.
He's playing so aggressive. He can probably actually.
Last player
No,
standing.
Oh, no.
he messed it up. He messed it up big time. That's alright. He only had 15 HP, right? So you can cut him some slack. Tricky just went in for that big white peak. Now it's all down to Matt. He's the first one, lands at the shot.
Haunt.
39 HP. He's got the Haunt and the Prowler. Yes, but not the HP to work
no.
around with. And a lovely double peek by Reckoning. Just puts the nail in the coffin. What a nasty opener from Rio and Tricky into a thrifty round conversion for Reckoning. And they needed this one as well to stop the economic snowball of ELT.
That double elimination on that forest side, I mean on that connector,
yeah,
that was something that turned this event in their favor. Reckoning Esports, they're too good with those sheriffs and shorties and buckies specifically. But once again, full power from their side, and on the other side, if you look towards SK Rossi, he has that operator available. He has that ultimate available. But a heavy aggression towards his side. Once again, Tamara, look at this guy. He's not stopping. Lightning fast, compliments his performance. But what just happened? BGG shuts down 2 of the players and he was paranoid.
Make it not just 2. He shuts down 3 of them. And the only player to find any success in this round for Reckoning Esports, VLT, their adjustments have been so good. Now, the entire fight was almost similar to what happened all the way in one of the previous rounds, where Rio just opened up the door. If I'm not wrong, that was round number 16? Or no, that was round 16. Rio opened the door, but this time, Tamara just found a timing where he would use the flash after opening the door. So it was basically opened up for Tamara. The Rio having utility in the hand. This is the kind of adaptation we always talk about. Last time, Rio, he showed himself. This time, Tamara was ready. He knew that Rio will show himself. So he was ready with the rifle. The timing could not be any better. This time out, again a crucial one.
Absolutely, but Midland, we somehow ignored his performance in the previous round as he got 2 of the players. It was a 2v2 situation. One of the player was on towards those stairs and he shuts him down and quickly moves towards that last player who was hiding, BGG. And he was the biggest threat because he took 2 of the players, 2 of the most valuable players down, and Midland shuts him down as well. Once again, VLT getting that apparent advantage. Scoreline is back to 10-9, 10-8 in fact. VLT slowly and steadily making sure that they become unreachable.
Double digits reached first, as you mentioned, and still 3 players stacking all the way up towards
Drone
B.
going out.
Deadly. Support information.
Drone is down.
These a couple of players did not catch out the scan and the exact number of how many there were, but I'm pretty sure it's insane. There we go. Armageddon used up. Tricky answers quickly. The only rifle in this round, the only hero Vandal in their own hand as Rio. He's just one away from his own rolling thunder, maybe catching one. Could eventually help him out as Damara just takes the head off of this Teho. The bullet right in the middle of those shades. On the back of it, the round just slows down. Good scale up of lightning fast, understanding that there's an opening, but Tricky also knows that there was an opening, so VLT might have still be here. Yeah, he almost understood it, but still the trades went in for VLT. Now they've got so many people to go for this post plant with. Moner has also got a rifle in his own hand now.
Spike planted.
And a good bunch of utility. There's a Paranoia available. There's also a couple of Razor Vines. Oh, Eskerosi turns around right at the time when both of the players are scaling up towards the stairs.
Absolutely. But Tamara has to be careful. BGG has the Vandal, and once again the Steel Garden being used, but Eskerosi, he does not care. The ultimate was there by Tamara, but BGG, he shuts him down. And now once again, back to the Vandals. But Eskerosi is still alive.
Oh, the ring.
BGG, he doesn't have time, and Eskerosi playing Ringer Roses, as you mentioned. Shuts down BGG. No time for play for Team Revenant Esports, and once again VLT moving one step ahead.
It's a map pick of VLT, so understandable. The next one, that's the map of Haven. That's the map pick of Revenant Esports. But they're still giving a pretty solid competition, right? This map has always been one of the primary picks of Reckoning. Still starting with the exact same opening that they used in the previous round. Deadly over towards the connector. Rio is just ready with the rolling thunder. One info. There we go. The back of it. They just want to run in quickly, want to go in for the scale. There's another one to answer on the other side though, but still the trades are for Reckoning. They've found the timing. They know they've done enough. And with that, they quickly retreat back to safety, not letting VLT equalize the odds.
Absolutely, perfect use of Rolling Thunder and guided salvos. But BGG was trying to give that 1v1 fight to Lightning Fast, but he falls back.
Rossi?
Rossi found Rio, the crispy aim was there, but Venair, in fact Medlin, he shuts on another player, and VLT one by one, every player winning their trades. A 3v5 fight turned into a 3v2. And look at Lightning.
Oh my God.
That was risky. He got shut down. But a 2v2 fight it is. BGG. The information is there. But Medlin, look at his angle. This is crazy. And SK Rossi.
Last player standing.
Oh my God. Monar, he was so good. But Medlin, now that he has a responsibility, he shuts down one and another. Oh my God, Medlin, man, oh man.
Match point.
The aim shifting was crazy.
Show me the replay on that one. Shuts down a player at tree and then takes down BGG on the defuse. They're all started in this SK Rossi, then Madeline and Lightning Fast making their individual plays and winning out their individual duels. A three-way scale up. Yeah, and that's Moner and BGG is the last two players. He moved out of the smoke to get that first pick. Moner should have had the advantage, but Madeline is such a charge with that. Another good fast play over towards the rubble. And Damara wanted to catch in the timing, but Tricky adjusted this time around. It's a bait play to set things up for Damara. Lovely idea from Reckoning, but Lightning Fast wanted to scale up. He did it twice, make it three, maybe not. The Omen on the other side is a bit more better down there. It's all SK Rossi now. Wants to try and catch him in the DP, and he does. No outing for you this time, my man, says this chamber. Probably learning a few things from that Viper.
Absolutely, but Deadly, he doesn't have that weapon advantage. A guarding being used. And Ross with that Grendel. But Moner, he shuts on one player. Fight is back to a 2v2. The Haunt was there. The information being revealed. But look at this. Deadly 10 with those missiles. But he moves forward and SK Rossi shuts down both the players. He was in guided servo. He was standing there. He moves outside, takes one of the player down and then the other. SK Rossi. He started the game with a few picks and ended with some other crazy flicks.
It was entirely a Rossi map, I'll have to say. As you said, started the entire map with such a great flashiness and then also ended it with the exact same, a 3k for the round. But I really loved how Reckoning was playing in this one, regardless of what the result was. I'll have to say that I loved the playstyle of Reckoning. The way they were adjusting so very quickly to what VLT was bringing on the table, and how round after round, if you sit and break down this map, you're gonna have such a lovely time. It's just how both of these teams were constantly countering what the other team brought on the table in just one of the previous rounds, and also understanding, you know, what are going to be the counters of those counters. Super
Absolutely.
But yes, it was eventually VLT winning out on those individual battles as well on those individual fronts. When round came down to a standstill, that's when those still standing players stepped up big time. Lightning Fast, SK, Rossi, Madeline. Madeline was literally a samurai right now. If the people saw his camera, would eventually understand what I feel. But yeah, he was really just cutting them off one after the other.
Absolutely, but there's one thing that I need to mention. You can say that VLT, they made a few mistakes, specifically giving all those thrifty rounds. I mean, the pistol conversion was there in the favor of Team Revenant Esports, but two of the times we saw them winning thrifty rounds. These are those tiny mistakes that VLT can cover, and then maybe the scoreline will look a bit more in their favor. You can say that 13-6, 13-4. You can see that scoreline.
I mean, it's kind of possible, but at the same time, you know, I want to give credit to Reckoning for eventually winning those rounds too. Because yes, VLT, of course, there were certain mishaps, but I would say it was more of Reckoning's individual brilliance and prowess and understanding how to play on the back of each other, which got them those early picks in those rounds and eventually turned into the conversion of those rounds itself. Now, since you mentioned about those rounds, we'll eventually have a look at them as we look at the highlights of the previous game, which all started with Reckoning just steamrolling through the first two rounds, quickly shutting down the members of VLT, and then came the adaptation, then came those rifle rounds where the domination of the snowball of VLT was unmatched.
Absolutely, but the operator was by SK Rossi. That was just crazy. Those 3Ks with the operator. And if he's missing the operator, the headhunter was there. In the mid rounds, Lightning Fast also stepped up big time, specifically that ultimate, that from the shadows, and made sure that the opponent, they are unaware of his position. Those were some crazy plays, but how can we forget Tamara when we talk about crazy plays?
You can never really stop praising Tamara in the entire map, but you know, I'll have to say this was one of the ones where rather than Tamara, it was Lightning Fast and SK Rossi who were shining a bit more brightly. Even in some rounds it was Madeline as well, having those flashy times, those flashy moments. Tamara was doing a phenomenal job in terms of opening things up and going in for those trades for the teammates. And over towards the end, again, this composition relies heavily in terms of the util dump, which of course is always, I would have to say, a bit more annoying to watch, because it's just so many things dumped up at you on your face so quickly. You don't really have a lot of time to react, and that's why we're seeing Reckoning having those first kills more than VLT. They've got 12 while VLT have got 9.
Revenant Esports once again is dominating in the charts, but unfortunately they did not convert this in their favor as they lost the map. But if we talk about the post-plant conversion, that's also in their favor. But Team VLT, they were just so good. They were winning the round without even planting sometimes, because they were getting all that aim fight in their favor. And SK Rossi, as you mentioned, that this was entirely his map, with 2.1 kill death assist and 366 ACS. This player becomes the most valuable player of the previous map.
I mean, it was understandable with the show that he was bringing on the table, with first his headhunter, then his outlaws, then his operators. Can't catch a break from this guy, even got vandals in with them. But That's just about that one man on one side. They've also got lightning fast too, 306 ACS. Just as I said, you know, more than Damara, it was a lightning fast and SK Rossi show in this map. While on the other side, Tricky stepped up big time. 6 first kills out of the 12 for this guy in the bag. I think so he was doing his own job at Yoru. That too really well.
Absolutely. But on the other side, if we talk about lightning fast, he's not far behind, 23 into 13. Crazy score numbers. And you can see a very big difference between his performance and Damara. 23 and then 13. Damara was on 13. So you can say that both these players, Lightning Fast and SK Rossi, they took the responsibility of their team. But in a few rounds, all the players, they had their time. You know, Damara stepping up in one round, and then there were other players were trying to step up one by one. But on the other side, if we talk about Revenant Esports, only Tricky was that player who stepped up. I mean, Munir also tried to complement his performance in a few rounds, but that was not enough because all the other players, specifically Rio, he was struggling.
This is why we always talk about those in-game adaptations, in-game ability to quickly change according to the situation. That's where VLT, they always thrive. They've got those players who've got international experience as well. They've got Damara who's snappy, Madeline who's snappy. So whenever it comes down to those times when your first set of plan does not work out, what to do next, you get confused, right? And in those moments is when players like SK Rossi, Lightning Fast, they always shine up. Because they have played on those specific leagues. They know what happens on the international stage and they know what timings to pick to eventually pick apart the other side and then win the round, convert it in your favor. And I want to bring the attention all the way back over towards one of the round number, if I'm not wrong, it was round 20 or maybe 21. You know, that's where Madeline got that clutch over towards the end. But before that, it was down to a 5v3. And in that 5v3, there were 3 duels that were taken. One by Rossi, one by Lightning Fast. Lightning Fast took the duel towards the B side. Right? SK Rossi, if I'm not wrong, took the one towards the stairs. Maybe Madeline towards the side. They all found wins. And these are the individual timings that we always talk about. Reckoning came to re-clear those spaces. But they just were not ready for someone already with the crosses trained at their heads. And this has always been the case with VLT when they bring out the best timing possible, get the adjustment in, and then take your head off. I think so. That's going to be a big reason why Reckoning might face similar troubles on the next map too.
Absolutely. As you were talking about the adaptations, that it was not there from Reckoning side, let me mention something to you. Although the score line was 5-7, but it took 4 to 5 rounds for Team Reckoning to realize what kind of utils can they use to actually bait out that chamber. It took them 5 rounds. They were pushing one by one. At first they used Fort Line, then they used other utilities. But unfortunately, at last they realized that a drone is enough. A drone is enough to actually not just take his information, but also suppress him. And that's when they won that round for themselves. That's when they converted a thrifty round. So the adaptation was not there. On the other side, the perfect calling from the IGL needs to be done. You have to make sure that you have a counter strat. One more thing that I want to mention, it can get controversial, but I think they are not seeing what kind of set plays their opponent are doing. They were not ready for this matchup.
I mean, you know, some things they require time, and for now these teams need to get ready for the next map as well, ladies and gentlemen. So we're going to give them that time and head on to a very short break. Make sure don't go anywhere. Stay tuned.
To live your life the way you want. Compete like the toughest challenger. Dance like there's no tomorrow. Celebrate every second you are alive. Life has no rule books, but we can give you a stage.
Simple shot, crisp, quick adaptations in the previous map. That was the summary of it. And also, Huge shout out to all the Hendirist people out there. They always, come here and there, always show up for a cameo on this desk too. But for now, the one who's not really shown up for a cameo, but is really the one who works on the desk has been Shadow. Shadow, how are you doing? Of course, that's the first question I want to ask. I don't quite know if the audience wants to know that or not, but what they would really want to know is, can VLT close it 2-0 or will Reckoning push it forward for map number 3? I mean, we'll have to eventually see if, in case that is going to be the case, right? Because I'm pretty sure that there's been a few things happening here and there for Reckoning Esports, because they are still on the same kind of struggling end where they left the previous week. But I'd say, in terms of adjusting to how the other team is playing, they're doing a very good job. In the previous map, we saw how many times they were ready to counter the similar strategy which VLT found success with. Now, this is the big thing, right? Because back when VLT were playing against one of the teams, if I'm not wrong, that could be either... I'm pretty sure that was Global Esports on the same map. And I remember during the interview as well, Lightning Fast was asked a question as to why were they constantly going for those A executes. And he said, Global Esports were just not able to counter that. Global Esports Academy were constantly failing to stop those A pushes. So they were like, why fix what's not broken? So let's just go and rinse and repeat. They were doing the same thing. But in this match, that was not the case. We were constantly seeing Reckoning Esports forcing VLT to check the other avenues of the map, to move to the other direction, maybe to the other side. That clearly showcases the fact that Reckoning, in terms of understanding what VLT wanted to do, were doing a very good job.
Here's the thing, Scared, in the entire VCSS Split 1, up until now we have seen that how strong VLT is on the map of Lotus. So it was bound to happen. Those quick adaptations which you're talking about were bound to happen. But the next map is going to be the map of Haven, which is a pick of Reckoning, and Reckoning has chosen to go for the defense first, and the decider is going to be Fracture, and VLT will go for the defense first. And speaking about the stats of the map of Haven also, Reckoning has played Haven twice in the VCSS Split 1. Once with the SATUL Esports, that was a 13-10. And against the players of Aura as well, and that was a dominating victory, a 13-0. But here's the thing, VLT, they have played it 4 times, and they have won entire 4 times. They have a 100% win ratio on the map of Haven also.
Yeah, I mean, on that map, we've always seen... Here's the thing, VLT has got a 100% win ratio on every map except of Abyss, where they've got 0% win, because they were just demolished on that one by SATUL. But here's the thing, here's the composition right now. VLT moving in with the Neon. Damara, he's just enjoying this one so much. They've got a 61% attack win percentage, while 54% on the defense. And they've played more rounds, or almost similar rounds, right? 21 and 24, not that big of a difference. They pick this comp both of the time. Same thing goes for Reckoning, but their win rate on attack is extremely high as compared to their win rate on defense, and that's when they played more rounds on attack, Shadow. So Tricky, Deadly 10, Monair, BGG, Rio, it's going to be very good. I would say, I wouldn't exactly say this is the best start for them, because they definitely like to attack more on this map as per the stats go. So VLT are probably gonna have a pretty fun time. But ladies and gentlemen, we'll be moving in for map number 2 of Haven. VLT against Reckoning Esports. Could be a story of a 2-0 if VLT close out this one and steal this map away, or maybe Reckoning can force a map number 3 by picking their own map pick of Haven and then see us on Fracture. It's a widespread default setup. Omen playing all the way over towards the seaside, while Monair holds his ground in the garage, sets up the alarm board as well as the turret out there. Deadly 10 ready with a stun to fault line the entire lobby, but that's not where VLT are starting. They're starting all 5 members towards the seaside.
Yeah, it's an entire split towards the seaside, and the Mara finds a great opening by taking down the site anchor, which is BGG. So that means no smoke for the entire round for the players of Reckoning. VLT just going for the plant, but seems like the plant was completely denied. Deadly 10 through the dark smoke.
Spike planted.
To make some sort of a play. But we are taking up with it.
Oh, ho,
Neutral
ho.
for the post plant, but Deadly 10 finds a great opening onto Lightning Fast. A retake coming from the ceiling, and Rossi shuts down the opponent, gets a trade onto Tamara. SK Rossi, the entire pressure is going to be on him. A 3v3 retake, still a little hope for the players of Reckoning, but Rust
Player
demolishes
standing.
that hope. But taking out Deadly 10 and Maven deals with the remaining players. The first pistol goes in the favor of Velocity Gaming.
I'll have to say that was the best flash dodges that I've seen ever in VCSA. The one that SK Rossi did just now, if I'm not wrong, he was probably not even blinded at all by that one from Deadly 10. What a round from VLT and what a fast one. BGG did not anticipate that happening, and this time he's pulling his team to go and stack towards the A side, and love this call from Russ. He always knows where to pull his team, where to set them up for success. Still goes in over towards the C. They are not pushing it entirely. Oh, what a push down all the way from the Severs.
Just look at the gamble stack all the way towards the A shot. Plan of VLT is completely opposite to that. C side has been left completely open. Maybe B side is where but SK Rossi has a big idea, and BGG gets a great opening. Monet
player
gets one
standing.
more, and BGG
Spike
with
down,
a 3K,
mid.
leaving Lightning Fast all by himself. On the way, but Lightning Fast gets 2 and good for only 2. Weaponry is recovered and a triple round because of Reckoning. A great round conversion.
Lovely one indeed. Again, the entire space was given up by VLT, and that was perfectly capitalized by Reckoning. And I love the fact that they quickly scaled up, right? Because most of the teams, they just stack on the site and they hold the site. But Reckoning decided they're going to push that space, they're going to take it away, and after taking that real estate, we're just able to surprise the members of VLT. And good peek by Munir as well after all that chaos, quickly moves out of the garage. Now this time, VLT decided to go all the way over towards the Severs and can take control of that entire lobby. Damara just runs it all down, all the way on the side. He's got Bucky, and he deletes Rio.
Damara with a Bucky. We have seen this guy in the past also, what he can do with a Bucky. Those clutch moments, of course, everyone
Spike planted.
Russ goes to start. A retake coming from the long. Tricky gets Russ with that Guardian. Paranoia completely dodged, but still 4v4 situation where Tricky gets one more onto SK Rossi. Damara down to 20 HP. Seems like a second round should be there for the players of Reckoning, but Madeline gets one.
remaining.
Lightning Fast gets one more. The trades are there, even with the turret. Jumping, not here. Clear coming in. The round goes to the players of Reckoning. An easy one, easy conversion for Reckoning.
Easy? I'm pretty sure. I'm not going to call that one easy. With what happened to Rio, I'm pretty sure that this guy would just want this clip to be removed from internet, and I know for a fact that it's not going anywhere. It's just Damara with the neon. Oh my god. Sends it all the way down onto his face. He could see it coming from Sivers, and he could not do anything about it. And then Damara moves on to fall from the turret. Lovely.
Even the timing of Paranoia was so perfect from the side of BGG. Once again, the lead recon goes towards the A main, but no information has been passed on. And look at how aggressive he is. And he finds the timing.
Spike down.
Lightning Fast comes out to get the trade. Damara gets one more. This time, Velocity, they have the numbers advantage. The decision of Tricky to push seems like entirely backfired, as Madeline also gets BGG completely unaware towards the B. Monair, he needs to find the timing, and seems like he'll get the timing on Madeline.
One enemy
Even
remaining.
Deadly 10 gets two of them. Deadly. This guy is completely deadly. The any last hope which VLT had of converting this round seems like Deadly 10 demolished that hope.
Took those 1v1s and was like, sure, try and win it from me. Holds his ground all the way there and then just obliterates VLT. Reckoning. They've probably got the dream start on their map pick. apart from just the pistol round. 3-1.
Spike down A.
And
It was
look
absolutely
beautifully. Was
nice.
also dodged, scared.
It was, but that was all the story of the previous one. And
Right
the
here.
exact same thing, Reckoning quickly scaling up on the behind of that smoke. And I've taken the entire space of A long. Crossfire setup. While they're playing B for the
And Monet
lovely peek from Monet.
of course, mid lane. The star performer of years has taken out. Even lightning fast goes down to the hands of Monet. The entire plan of a sequence like it's not gonna work as BGG finds the Mara with an operator and Russ as well. Skinossi denies the 3k. But how is he going to save the round? That's the main question because he's left all by himself. And Reckoning seems like they don't even need those ultimates. They have got the Rolling Thunder. They got the from the shadows.
Trick
Like
shots.
those
My
ultimates are
ultimate cage triggered.
no longer necessary to convert the round. He's trying to deny the flawless, good for only 2 as Tricky deals with Rossi and gets a 4-1. And mind you, Scared, Reckoning is doing all of this on the defensive side. And the stats which we brought up at the start of the game, that Reckoning attacking half is much stronger than the defensive half. I don't completely rely on that stat.
One enemy remaining.
If you remember what happened
Spike
against
down.
the Sephora, 12 rounds which Reckoning played were on the attacking side, and that was a 13-0. That's why the stats are
Overtake
really
them.
tilted for the players of Reckoning. Their defense half is also looking really great for now.
You know, that's such a good point that you mentioned, because now that you already said it, yes, it makes complete sense. They have for now managed to shut down the entire VLT. And again, SK Rossi is not playing on picks like Chamber, so he can't really use those operators without being in the risk of punished for that.
Nowhere to run!
Used up, scale up behind that. He does not catch anyone.
He doesn't, but the paranoia
Placing
did
swamp
catch
grenade.
few players on the back of it. Monet also finds the Mara. Completely shuts him down. Every single time Reckoning is able to shut down the aggression of the Mara. Blair, which is known for creating first opening frags. Russ gets 2 of his own. Leo gets a trade. And a 2
One
for
enemy
Leo.
remaining.
Ricky gets 1 more.
Spike
SK Rossi
down,
once again
C.
the last man standing in a 1v2 situation. The aftershock towards the Guppy is there. Forces SK Rossi to come out in the open and deadly 10. On the back of it, shuts him down. The Hunter's Fury is there. The lockdown is there. Rolling Thunder. Everything was there.
You know,
Seems like Reckoning
can-
doesn't need any of it. Back-to-back 5 rounds have been converted. And once again, Velocity has been pushed to the save round. But they do have the ultimates. The Mara's overdrive is something which can come really handy for the next one.
and he's probably going to buy a Bucky. And they'll probably scale up over towards the A. But I do like what Reckoning are constantly doing. Yes, things could have turned a bit iffy here. But again, them playing behind each other, right? Pairing up, going in for those double peaks, going in for those triple peaks. That is the strength of this team. And I'll have to say, you combine the HP of all the 3 remaining players of Reckoning in the previous round, it still does not equate to 150. That means in just terms of the HP, only 1 player was remaining. So it was still technically down to a 1v1, but was not really that case. This is the strength whenever you play together, right? Whenever you play behind each other, whenever you go for those double peaks, go for those triple peaks. This is something that was, I wouldn't exactly say was missing in the previous one, but still it ended up being just a one-man show. But right now it's basically every man's show for himself. The operator again in play in the hands of BGG while there's a stinger. Alright, so no bucket this time around, but rather heavy shield for Damara just so he can play around with his overdrive.
The overdrive is there. The back of the trying to find something, but the paranoia, the wall is there. And all the frags goes in the favor of Reckoning. The overdrive, everything was completely denied. Reckoning was just prepared. They were just one step ahead of the players of VLT. Seems like the timeout is also not going to work for VLT.
And guess what? The only person who had to invest in the heavy shields in the previous one is Rio. Everyone else Haven't even lost an ounce of HP there. Lovely round for them. Also forced out another ultimate from one side. They've still got 4 of their own. Setting up some entirely big things again. This time they're double starting over towards the C side, but VLT want to aggress over towards the A where they're playing now for the retake yet again. And look at how back that alarm bot is. They understand that there's a rolling thunder on the other side. So they don't want to play on site. It's a full-fledged retake sim that they're gonna run. But I love it from VLT. They anticipated something like this. Taking control of the entire site now. That's a tag. Maybe not. Yeah, that's a tag now.
Yeah,
Lightning fast down to just 45.
Lightning fast was there. Even the lockdown is also there for the retake. Reckoning finally invest in that lockdown.
Swarm grenade.
The play storm also towards the side of Tricky, but it seems like that play storm will be
Look at the lineup.
And yes, the lineup is also there. Russ. Players already detained. This should be a round for the players of Reckoning. Once again, Damara goes in aggressive. Esquirosi and Russ finds 2 more. Tricky gets a 3 round to Damara. Great opening.
No time.
Left also being invested from the side of Esquirosi, and there is no time. And Esquirosi with a 3K saves the round for the players of Velocity Gaming. But Velocity, they are struggling on the attacking side, which is their strong suit. That is also speaking a lot about the players of VLT, that how much pressure is there on their shoulders. Haven is an attack-oriented map, and Velocity is struggling towards the attacking half scared.
I'll have to say, you know, yes, the struggle is there for VLT on the attacking side, but I loved the idea of what Reckoning were doing with the previous one. They knew that one small cubby is the only safe space for the lockdown, so they had planned an fault line into... Oh, we'll talk about that in a second though. Deadly 10 catches one. They really want to trade that off as Damara shuts him down to, but Rio, quick on that trigger, quick on that answer.
Reckoning, they are completely owning this map. The way they are playing the defensive half. Last time we didn't see the players of Reckoning play on the defense. And that could also be the reason that Velocity, they haven't anything much to prepare on. They haven't seen the players of Reckoning play on the defensive side much on the side of Haven. BGG gets Esquirosi, leaving only 2 players, Russ and Madeline. They do have got few utils to work around with, but the numbers are not there. Aftershock is nothing, the fault line, no value out of it, nothing at all. Seems that whatever VLT is,
One enemy remaining.
Reckoning has an answer to it. BGG and Rio swings out and deals with Madeline and Russ. The entire hit plan not really working for the players of VLT, and we have got a 7-2.
I need a
drop.
Also
Round
go
advantage for the players of Reckoning now.
And I'm pretty sure I'm gonna see it increasing even further, because Reckoning, they have ideas. They know what they need to do. That nano swarm into the fault line lineup, man. I just want to see that again. Yes, you could see that there was this one good trap play with the recon and play on behind, and also just holding down the sport. Look at that. BGG knew that there was constantly those jiggle peaks fight, but he did not give up the space to move towards that side. But now, oh my god.
That clear ball timing was on to perfect. The recon combined along with that. Aggression has been answered, and Deadly 10 finds Damara. Rio gets one more from the back of side. Rio with the 3K and Esquirosi. Again. The last man standing. If you notice, every single time, it's Esquirosi who's the last man standing. And Damara is the first one to be picked off. Reckoning has read onto the players of VLT like a book. They know Damara is the one who always takes the lead, who always goes for the frontal battle, trying to get the first frag, and every single time it's an answer to it. Esquirosi just put 4-1 and an 8-1 also for the players of Reckoning. And by the way, the reason VLT is struggling is because during the break, you did mention that Velocity is going to 2-0 the players of Reckoning, and that's the reason. You have already jinxed the players of Velocity, that Velocity is struggling now.
I was waiting for this one to come out. I was wondering why you let 10 rounds pass to finally say
One enemy remaining.
I wanted to make the
But man,
statement
is
with a proof.
Breach. It just seems that VLT, oh my god, there's a gap. There's a small gap in that cage.
Cover going out.
Lucky that it was just the owl drone going first. Now, play around.
Here. No charges left. Storm is there. Bad move. Tricky, but the Mara with the stinger shuts that Brainstorm. Those knives are not going to come handy for the players of Revenant in this one. Russ is going for the plant.
Spike
Let's see if the operator of the Mara can get some value because he's down to 14 HP. He's looking in the right direction. Finally gets one or two there. The dark cover really helping, but this time Rio and Revenant is back by getting two of their own.
One enemy remaining.
With a 3K in Asterisk once again. The last one, good for only one. And they've got enough time to go for the diffusal as well. This time, Velocity, they were able to execute
Not
the
your
side.
day, is it?
The force plant conversion was not really there at all.
Concussing!
Because look at the
Last
amount of
round
utility
before the
that's there
switch.
always on the other side, right? They've saved the owl drones as well for the retakes. They've got those fault lines, aftershock combinations, those flashes as well to hold the fort down. It's so many things in their back pocket that regardless of how many times VLT would execute the side, they've got enough to basically jump in for the retake, and they are playing behind each other.
Bye-bye.
As I've said, that was something that was missing in the game of OG.
One enemy
They're
remaining.
constantly going for both the players peeking in at the same time. There's still a few loopholes, but it's fine.
Don't you think Velocity they need to change their pace as well, because this aggression is not really working in their favor. The Hunter's Fury is also there from Rio. And lightning fast. The aftershock has been caught. Tricky gets one. The Mara is answer back by getting one. Medley also gets one. Lot of tutors being invested.
Spike planted.
But finally, the spike has been planted. But look at the HP of Ross. He's down to 12 HP. There should be a 10th one for the players of Reckoning.
One enemy remaining.
Oh my god. What a play from Reckoning. Always finding those timings. None of them were playing together. This time around, Munair all the way towards spawn. BGG just jumps out of the window in garage.
Switching sides.
And they both take the fight at the same time. Where Munair first gets their attention and then BGG peeks in to shut both of those players out. Madeline also had his Hunter's Fury. They could have played in for the post plant, but there was no way Russ was going to escape with that just 12 HP out of there. They just didn't want to risk it, so they played on sight. And Reckoning, they just ran through the members of VLT on that defense. Fun fact, Shadow. Out of those 2 rounds, one of them was a pistol round.
Yeah. After the
Pistol
pistol,
again.
they got nothing.
That Sova's
Just
mine.
one round, and that was round number 8. You really need to stop making those predictions, kid.
I said 10-2. It happened 10-2.
You said 2-0 in the favor of Velocity.
No, it's fine. That's that. I didn't say that. Straight.
You did say. Yeah. Second
Spike down mid. Last player standing.
Pistol has become a strength for Velocity.
I got the spike.
Because if you remember, every single time in the entire VCS game, Velocity has been losing those pistol rounds and they were able to convert those save rounds. But seems like today is entirely different. Oh, both of them have been converted as players of Velocity, and Asterisk lands a final blow towards the side of Munair. A third round for the players of Velocity. But the fallout should also be there. They need the 4th one. They need 7 more rounds to come to an equalizer, scared.
It's one thing if you look at it in a way where, alright, just 1 round at a time and then you slowly climb up the ladder. It's something entirely different for Reckoning. All they need is 3 rounds. You can give up on 1 or 2 maybe. Whereas the previous one though, BGG picks up the Sheriff for himself. Again, back on the list of top fraggers in this game. And Tricky all the way down to just 8 and 7. Not the best
Scanning
one,
ahead.
Sends out the recon quickly though, does not really scan a lot.
Shadows traveling.
The one he scans was able to take them down.
Yeah. They both have Eliminated it.
One
Gets
enemy
one
remaining.
More, lightning fast. Gets deadly 10, all thanks to Rio. And Tamara with it. Marshall gets one more onto Rio. The fourth round is also there in favor of Velocity, but that was just an entire eco round. They had the weaponry advantage. This one is going to be a really important round for the players of Velocity because the bonus conversion has to be there if Velocity really wants to stage a comeback. Without the bonus conversion, I don't see any chance of VLT coming anywhere close to the 10th score which Reckoning is having on the board.
And it also brings in the question if, in case they should have bought into those Vandals in the previous one so that they could eventually look forward to those bonus conversions, but they did not do that. Phantom that Madeline is having, he's invested it in this round. So if this one goes away from them, he's not going to have enough trades for the full buy as well as the weapon and full shield. They'll have to have those half shields. That's a big problem though, and a big gamble. The first play of that recon over to create some question marks, and now they're re-clearing over A lobby.
Deploying drone.
I like the setup of Velocity, like you said. Tamara all the way towards A shot, two players playing in the site. But that also leaves the defense towards a B a little weak. We only have got lightning fast with the Guardian. To get any opening. The Dark Hour is there. Portline in exchange. Finally, the updraft play comes from the side of Tricky. Finds lightning fast, shuts him down. Deadly 10 also finds mid lane. The proactiveness of Reckoning is always there.
One enemy remaining.
Deadly 10 goes to the bot corner. BGG, all the trades goes in the favor of Reckoning. And forget the bonus conversion. Reckoning has been able to get a flawless buy round in their favor.
Fun fact, again, 4 other players that did not even take an ounce of damage there. Not even a flying bullet, not even a stray one, not even some crumbles of the rocks through which the bullets were flying. Full HP, full shield, and that's again helping their economy, which doesn't really matter that much at this point. But still, if you look at it, that clearly showcases you that VLT are not just being outclassed in terms of the strategy, they're also being outclassed in terms of those aim.
Too many problems for the players of Velocity. 100% agreed in this one. For sure, we are moving to a decider.
Cage trigger.
Shock dart. Finally, once again, the updraft play is there. The cloudburst is there. The aftershock, the paranoia, and Raz gets 2 of his own. Lost everything.
One enemy remaining.
The 3K of
Spike
4K as
down,
well.
C.
And on to an ace. Monet, the last man standing. Russ really stepping up big. That guy was able to block every single neutral.
Death is cold, friend.
The ace has been denied, but Madeline deals with Monair, and the 5th round for the players of Velocity. Still, the little hope is there for the players of Velocity, but they need to convert back-to-back 6 rounds now.
Big leap of faith, yes. No ultimate right now. That's close, apart from just one neural theft that they've got.
Last player standing.
Headshot.
The fact that Tricky survived for so long, even after being spotted by SK Rossi, it was just a blast move. But VLT able to deal with him after that paranoia and the combo play with Russ. Rossi as well was just holding his ground all the way down in that steel cage and then behind that Radianite box. So round of the previous one in general. But more will they be able to do this time? Moving towards the garage is where Reckoning is.
I must wait a moment.
I like the trapper setup of also SK Rossi.
Flash out!
Easy to execute the C side. Garage window control is also there with Tamara. But finally Russ gets an opening onto Tricky. What Damara does for VLD is insane. What Tricky is trying to do for the players of Reckoning. Trying to be the first one. Take that first
Take
contact. Velocity has finally found a way to deal with the players of Reckoning by shutting down Tricky every single time.
There just runs it down, giving them fake that it might be an A hit to maybe drag the
30 seconds left.
Rossi is still holding his angle.
Russ finds Rio. A great opening. The numbers advantage also there for the
They found my wire.
One enemy remaining.
Gets one, and Rossi, and Russ
eyes
gets
are
two.
down.
Russ with a 3K. This guy is stepping
10
up
seconds
so
left.
big every single time. Lightning Fast deals with the last player, and a round win for the Players of Velocity Gaming. All kudos to Russ for keeping that hope alive, Scared, because back-to-back 2 rounds, this guy has been able to convert for his team. Last time he was able to get that 4K, this time a 3K coming for Russ. And now he has got the Rolling Thunder also online, which is going to come really handy for the retake. They've got the Neural Theft, but Asterisk also needs to find that 1 kill to get the information out of that Neural Theft. Finally, Reckoning, they have called for a timeout.
Because the big question now is, how are you going to deal with on-the-go ultimates in the next few rounds, which VLT have built up on the back of the previous 2 that they've got? Russ has got the Rolling Thunder on, as you said, which could eventually set up for a pick into the Neural Theft, as you just mentioned. I did say a couple of rounds ago that for now VLT have got no ultimates, so this might be easy, or rather not easy, but doable for Reckoning. They should not be worried as much, but now they should be, because we know how momentum based VLT is and how quickly they can snap. Another save round, all sheriffs on board, few half shields. Munair 1 away from the lockdown, Deadly 10-2 away from his Rolling Thunder. Maybe not this one, but probably the next one is definitely going to be a very out-heavy, hefty round.
GG, when a Sheriff finds Damara. Lightning Fast was there to get the trade towards the A shot. But Damara has been picked off.
Wow, my eyes are down.
Camera gives a lot of information. Heroes have been invested.
Cage trigger.
Fault line. So much noodles. And Asterisk gets tricky. And finally, Lightning Fast gets one more. All thanks to Asterisk for giving all
One enemy remaining.
And Lightning Fast with a 4K and the 7th one for the players of VLT. But this was bound to happen because this was the same round for the players of Reckoning. But this is going to be the main round for the players of Velocity Gaming. If they are able to deny the buy round for the players of Reckoning, then only we can hope for a comeback. Because now there are only few rounds deficit. If the next round, this round, gets converted in the favor of Velocity Gaming, once again Reckoning will be pushed on to the save round.
And I'm pretty sure they've still got this Hunter's Fury up for that. Couple of points away from the
This is a nice
drive.
Blinding.
Lovely shot by BGG though, using the operator on the attacking side. But Tamara is basically gone unchecked there, and Lightning Fast is also ready with the paranoia. This could get very messy, Shadow. He runs away. Now repositioning over towards the B side. Tamara's position in this one, Kabi, is crucial for this round.
Of course. And he needs to stay alive. Because every single time, if you notice, the rounds which went in the favor of Reckoning, most of them were because Damara was shut down. And once again, Moner finds Damara, shuts him down. Huge responsibility was there. But Lightning Fast,
Oh my god!
Oh my
down
god!
A.
One corner was not checked, and the back of
enemy
Lightning
remaining.
Fast gets 3, and the 4th one as well. A huge blunder from the side of Reckoning. A great opportunity for Lightning Fast to go for that ace. And Deadly 10 also goes down. An ace for Lightning Fast. And the 8th one for the plus of Velocity Gaming. The buy round has been denied to the plus of Reckoning.
Make it a 9-11 now, unless this one's gonna turn into a thrifty. But as you said, one corner unchecked, and what a fault line from Russ. Just a single spray and he obliterates every single one of them to confirm that ace for him. This is just nasty.
Get out of my way.
Reckoning making this mistake, Shadow, might cost them not just the round but rather the entire map.
Such an important round. Russ once again gets an opening on Tricky. Like Cars gets BGT. This should be an easy round for the players of Velocity. This is the 9th one coming for VLT. But like I said, the previous round was really
remaining.
that round could be the catalyst for Velocity converting a 2 in their favor. And Reckoning do realize few trades are going in the favor of Reckoning. But now conversion possibility is almost negligible because Damara is there. Yes, they were able to do some eco damage to the players of Velocity Gaming, but that round is really going to hurt the players of Reckoning for a very long time.
And that eco damage does not even matter. VLT have got enough to full buy in the next few rounds, and with this, the second and the last timeout of Reckoning on board now. The question is, what kind of set play do they have left in their arsenal? Their attack rounds were looking crazy good in terms of the statistics. But as you rightly pointed out, Shadow, the stats don't matter as much once you're in game itself. And the adaptation, the adjustment of VLT, untouched, unmatched.
Can I mention one thing, Scared, if you don't mind?
I'm listening.
At the start of the game, you did mention that both these teams are really strong on the attacking side. Their attacking win rate is really good.
God.
Seems like you have really jinxed the attacking side for both these teams because Reckoning is also struggling on the attacking side. They've got only just one single round in an attacking half up until now. And VLT, same goes for them. They were also struggling on the attacking half and also on the map, which is an attack-oriented map. That's the reason that I really call you the official jinxer of Valorant.
Wow. So once there's a possibility of VLT winning it 2-0 and my prediction actually getting correct, you still find something to call me the official jinxer. You remind me of a person, Shadow, who I definitely don't want to remember right now. But alright. We're gonna move on to this next one. As all the players just moving towards the entire Simmers, and I like the diligence from VLT.
Sorry to cut you off, but all the hard work which VLT is doing on the defensive side is only because you jinxed their attacking side.
Of course.
Placing swamp grenade.
Once again finds Damara. Every single time Reckoning is able to find Damara and shut him down. Damara needs to run this aggression.
Placing swamp grenade. Swamp grenade out.
The lockdown is there from the side of Reckoning.
Turret
Should be an
destroyed.
easy one for Rio. Lockdown destroyed. They're holding on to the
Spike
A shot.
planted.
But Aftershock is going to position and Monair gets lightning fast and SK Rossi at the same time. No util, a dry peak coming in, and VLT might be losing this one.
Last player standing.
And yes, BGG also finds Ras.
Playing with the base.
Flawless.
With that, convert the round flawlessly as well in their pockets. Only BGG would
Match
need to
point.
reinvest. Everyone else just the utilities, and with that we reach the map point as well. Reckoning 3 chances to close it out, and finally, Shadow, we are seeing the investment of the operator by SK Rossi. Where is it going to be posted is the question as he's moving towards the C. So the same setup again. And A has been empty for Reckoning for all this while, and they are now scaling up constantly on the back of it as they look to do again.
So here's the thing, Damara has got his overdrive, but he's not really coming online today on the map of Haven. So all VLT needs to do in this situation is they need to dodge that Trolling Thunder and Hunter's Fury of Rio. If they deny any value to those crucial ultimates of Reckoning, there is a chance of VLT converting the 10th one in their favor. And of course, SK Rossi also finding that value with that operator. But the entire pressure is going to be on Lightning Fast, who is really coming online because he has got the entire control of A side. And that is exactly where the players of Reckoning are heading at this point. Even Damara has got the control of A. Blade is also there. Look at that, the Rolling Thunder is already being invested. No value. Seems like one of the major ultimate has been utilized any sort of value to the players of Reckoning. But here comes a pivot all the way towards the C side. Because look at BGG. He's already TP'd into the site.
And look at the diligence of Rossi. He knows that he could be there. He's just going to wait for his team to make some noise.
30 seconds left.
BGG fights one. Damara gets a trade. Damara gets gets one more with an operator. Petas gets Rossi.
Spike down.
Nice
C.
one. The overdrive
enemy
for
remaining.
Tamara and operator for Eski Rossi as Eski Rossi gets one more. Munair being the last man. Right in the crosses of Eski Rossi. But
10 seconds left.
Munair shuts down Eski Rossi.
Pick up the spike.
Making it a 1v2 situation. But Lightning Fast will deal with him and the 10th round goes in the favor of Velocity. The Mara stepping up, getting the value with that overdrive. SK Rossi getting the value with the operator. And once again, VLT, they are in the fighting chance. There is still hope for VLT to push this series into an overtime. They just need to dodge that Hunter's Fury of Rio and deny this one round to the players of Reckoning.
I mean, nothing could have happened if in case it was not for that paranoia over towards the into the fault line of Russ to hold down the full push on the back of that rolling thunder.
Camera taken
and
out.
then SK Rossi just snappy on that operator.
Spike down. Once again, the operator gets one. Hunter's Fury being invested. Operator already out of the equation, but the Mara stepping up gets tricky. The rifle, the Mara gets one more onto BGG. Only 2 players remaining. Seems like the 11th one is coming for the players of Velocity. They have got the numbers advantage, but the Mara is down to 9 HP. That's something really concerning. They're guarding this point.
My instinct tells me this one's gonna be a crazy.
Power is out. Yes. As Monair finds Raz. Still a doable situation for the players of Reckoning. They've got enough time. They've got 52 seconds on the clock.
Last player standing.
Gets one. Monair with a 3K. The information is there. Monair stepping up big time. Lightning Fast, last man standing gets one. Making a 1v1 and Lightning Fast wins the crucial duel. The most important duel of this entire map. And Velocity Gaming is able to get the 11th one on the board. Seems like we are up for an overtime scared.
Oh boy, Golu stepped up big time. He definitely kept his team alive in the one where all hope seemed lost. Reckoning so close yet so far. The reposition, the aim adjustment. Absolutely on point. Now there's no more operator remaining, no more ultimates remaining. Monair has got just one lockdown available by after that one pick or maybe the orb. But they're not playing for the orb. It's all down to just SK Rossi and his Euro theft shadow.
Taken out.
Yeah. And SK Rossi has been performing really great today. Every single time he's there.
Also given that orb to Monair now, so his lockdown is available, Shadow. So this could eventually make or break it. But the last time they used this lockdown in Severs, Russ broke it with his lockdown. So they know that the aftershock is also going to be there to shut this one lockdown down.
Oh, the information is there with that Ultron. Then the entirety of Reckoning is towards the A main. The shock darts are there. Mid lane still holding on to the side. But here comes the pivot. Not really. They are going for the A hit. A crunch is already there. Bot line, the back of it. The lockdown is also there. Aftershock, so many neutrals being invested. But that lockdown is going to force the entire team of VLT out of the site. But Ricky gets Russ. That's an opening frag. Rio going for the plant. Tamara still has got the heaven control. There is no smoke. That's why he steps in the side. Trying to get something. What sort of play was that? Tamara. Rio shuts him down. Lightning Fast was able to get one. That was a big mistake. Big blunder from the side of Tamara. SK Rossi still has got the Rio theft.
Hiding.
The retake. It's a 2v4 retake. Rio and VCG down to 20 OHP. SK Rossi gets one.
They're all in Severs. They're all in Severs.
And Lightning Fast actually sticking to the defuse. As SK Rossi holds on to the players, gets the 3K. And Lightning Fast going for the ninja defuse, still sticking, and the defuse has been done. We are going for an overtime. Velocity has done a major comeback. They have done the impossible. Back-to-back round conversion. Enough for an OT now.
They were all playing in Severs. There was no one playing in main. I so damn hoped for Monet to go for the big rotation to maybe just take that control and at least create a question mark in the mind of Reckoning, or rather VLT to just watch out on two different angles. No, they kept on flooding from one side, one after the other. And on the back of those mistakes, it just ended up being an OT, VLT. What a pullback. And what a last stand. Just get me the replay of that one already, as the timeout already used up now, and I'm pretty sure that they probably didn't meant to do it, or maybe it's just they don't think they want to probably get into the heads of their opponents.
You know what, Scared? Those 2 rounds, the one where Lightning Fast completely demolished the entirety of Reckoning towards the A shot, one corner not being checked, and this one where no one was playing on the side. These 2 rounds are the major reason that Reckoning is now in overtime.
You know, I don't mind giving up the space on site entirely. It's absolutely fine. They had the numbers advantage. They were like, let them scale up. And we'll just shut them down once they'll be ready on the diffuse. Or let them peek into us. But it's just the fact that they all were playing on that, and then that one part of the map, and they kept on going for the individual peaks. That's what gave the opportunity, and BLT grabbed it with open arms. The glass cannon operated in the hands of Tricky.
Shortcut! Good reveal though. Good information has been passed on. The relay bolt, the aftershock once again is there. But Deadly 10 does dodge everything. Still holding on to that A-long. The dark cover is really helping Deadly 10. And the entirety of VLT is still trying for the A hit. But it's a triple stacked up site.
Yeah, because look at the space that Tricky has taken all the way towards C. Reckoning can stack the site up.
They certainly can.
Take flight.
Dark over towards the garage window, trying to create few question marks in the minds of the players of Reckoning, but seems like Reckoning is not buying any of it.
I don't know why Madeline did not break that alarm bot up. Because on the back of it, Tricky will still hold that angle. And Reckoning can keep their stack up for the A side. There's no question mark created on any other part of the map.
30 seconds left.
And the direct side hit is there. The front line. Gotta go. On the back of it, Russ gets one onto Rio. Important duels, and VLT converting every single fight in their favor, as Damara also gets Deadly 10. Russ is going for the plant, but seems like the plant has been denied once again. Going for it.
10 seconds left.
Gets BGG.
Last
Monet
player
stepping up big
standing.
time, gets one,
Spike
but
down
was
A.
for the trade.
Spike
So
planted.
Down to Tricky with that operator. In a 1v2 situation for the retake. Should be the 13. But for VLT, Lightning Fast will completely deny anything whatsoever Tricky had in his mind. And the 13th one goes
Switching
in the favor of
sides.
the lost game.
Match point.
Yeah, what he had in mind was to maybe jump down and pick up that Vandal to take that fight, which he was able to individualize against Lightning Fast, but it's just that the Vandal was a bit too far away for him to quickly press F and swap it. Unfortunate for Tricky there, but what a round. Again, just one smoke to cut off any kind of crossfires, and then follow-ups on the back of it. Yeah, look at it. He just wanted to quickly swap that weaponry. Reckoning just one round away from pushing it into another OT, which I'm pretty sure we're gonna see.
The problem, Scared, is Reckoning, they have to play this round in the attacking half, and they were really struggling in attack. The good thing, the silver lining for the players of Velocity is that in OT they are able to convert the attack round. Now they just need to convert the defensive round, and the defense was really strong for the players of VLT. This should be the last round.
Glass cannon op again, and this time on attack by BGG. And Eskeros is playing on a judge.
Yes. You just cooking. Go, go, go!
Nice.
Shocking!
Probably gonna hold any kind of.
Certainly towards the garage window. And that's where Moner is headed. And look at the tripwire is already there. So
Oh, I love it.
Judge ought to provide the value.
Cage trigger.
Finally,
They found my wire.
so many moves towards Asterisk, but still holding on to that angle. Maintaining that control, but finally has been forced to reposition because he's down to 34 HP now.
You know, Shadow, VLT just tried to play with the head of Reckoning. With what they did over towards A, sending a couple of utilities down as well as the relay bolt, they conditioned Reckoning into believing that this might actually be a push outside of the A long. So the other part of the map might be weak to flush all the players into SK Rossi, but right from Madeline.
Walking side. No more. Because Tricky shuts him down. He also now very late with HP. What a hit is coming as Damara gets two.
What?
On the back of the paranoia and the dark cover. Tricky does get the lightning fast. But will that be enough? Maybe yes, because Moner also gets thrust.
Last player
only
standing.
2 players remaining as Rio, Shazran, Damara, SK Rossi left with only 34 HP and a judge in his hands. Oh, for this round and it's the fire
Planted.
as Sheriff. That's Moner. Still a 1v2 situation. Time is something that SK Rossi has to keep in his mind. If he's able to isolate those fights, maybe there is a chance of
One enemy remaining.
and he's certainly able to do that. But the last man standing, Rio, will shut down SK Rossi. Once again, one more time.
Switching
we are
sides.
going in and
Overtime.
Another one. We go. Where BGG picks up the operator now. Not in the hands of Tricky. And it's fair enough. He can take the first contact. He's got the shrouded step. What a round again. Tricky found the first one. Damara with the middle of his zone, quickly running in the side. He wanted to play for life, but then eventually was caught with the spam. And it's going to be another hit over towards the A. The operator posted in B. No one's there.
that was so close. Valiant efforts from the side of SK Rossi though. And BGG with that operator. Like the value has been denied and Russ shut down that operator. No more paranoia, no more dark covers to work around for the entire round for the plus of Reckoning as Russ once again going for the plant towards the B side.
Tricky.
But seems like the plant was denied and yes, Tricky. He needs to be careful, he needs to be watched out
Spike
for, but
down,
no.
mid.
Watching the B will go and
Damara.
it's two. Rio gets one, SK Rossi and Damara trying to equalize the numbers, but lightning fast down to 25 HP. A 2v2 situation. Big blunder from the side.
One enemy remaining.
Oh!
But Damara once again finds Tricky. Seems like not really a blunder.
One enemy remaining.
Right. Damara there to save the day, but Moner shuts him down. And lightning fast down to 25 HP. A 1v1 situation being created where Moner has got his entire
30
HP
seconds
to
left.
work around with. Lightning
You know
fast
where Moner
going all
was.
the way towards the A side to go for the plant. But he needs to win that duel against Moner.
It's an open plant. He can play from anywhere apart from Sivers.
Oh no.
Around the Rosie.
Shadows traveling.
He knows now.
He's sticking for the defuse. And lightning fast strikes hard. And the 14th one also goes for the players of Velocity.
Switching
In
sides.
the overtime,
Match point.
both our teams have found the crux to convert those attacking half.
And it was basically the lurking duelist and the flanking duelist showdown in the previous one. Tricky finding two of his own when he found the timing directly from the long. Then Damara doing almost a similar thing while
Spike
scaling,
down mid.
scaling up all the way from Sivers.
One enemy
Then he
remaining.
landed a nasty shot onto the head of Tricky. That's the strength of this hero when you've got the 100% accuracy while sliding.
And Damara
And
this time.
Yeah, does not end there. He catches Tricky one more time. This could be it, Shadow.
This could be the last round because even BGB is down to 51 HP. like you said, it's a glass cannon operator. No sheet to work around with. Still trying to find something or two lightning fast. He's trying to jiggle peek. But lightning fast is not taking any sort of risk. But good air finds Rust. The port line is there. Aftershock is there. And mid lane gets one. Must have been equalized. But let's see if Velocity can convert this one. Because up until now, the site has been completely denied. There's a breaking and the Mara from that window.
One enemy remaining.
One finds the third one as well. A 3K for the Mara. Last one, Rio. For the players of Reckoning now.
Fall down to that one man who could not close it out. The hunter was hunted. It was a 10-2 swap from where VLT pulled themselves back, and man, oh man, Tamara. Everyone's gonna be watching that celebration. The Samurai Madeline, no one could stop. The big brain IGL Russ gave some nasty calls for the team. The timings and the clutches for lightning fast, and the operator of SK Rossi brought in one round, which arguably could have been one of the most important rounds for the team as well, if not for lightning fast for that one big clutch. 2-0 ending, and Shadow, this is the VLT that everyone should fear.
100%. You had to fear such a strong lineup, because staging a comeback from a scoreline like 2-10, where you are on the lacking side, it was a 2-10. Yeah. Everyone thought that it is going to be a map for the players of Reckoning. All they have to do is just convert the pistol round. But seems like Velocity, this time they were getting the pistol rounds, and after that the defensive hub, entire defensive hub. Reckoning got what, like 2 rounds only? Only 2 rounds. But I think the major round for the players of Reckoning was the one round where the entire team was moving from the A shot, and lightning fast was there in one corner, not checked. After that, the entire storyline changed. Everything just started falling in place for the players of Velocity Gaming. Kudos to them. The last I saw any team stage a comeback was Fnatic from a 10-2 scoreline.
Was that the... Nah, that was still a 9-3. This is even crazier.
That was a 10-2.
That was a 9-3 scoreline. Yeah, so it was a 9-3 at the half, and then they lost the pistol, they lost the one after that, and the force bought into that one. So then the scoreline was 11-3, and it was still a force buy. So you could argue that this is even crazier. 10-2, just something out of your mind. And after that, they also lost one round. It was a 12-9 to close this one entire game out. Lovely approach from VLT, pulling the right strings, giving those right calls. And also, I mean, I was wondering who's basically going to op in this one, because you can't really give the operator to SK Rossi because he has got no escapability, right? On the Chamber, yes, you basically got the rendezvous. Chamber is so-called a sentinel, but he always takes those close contacts. If there's any other pick, sure, of course, go for it. On a Cypher, absolutely not. You've got nothing to play around with apart from basically a couple of your steel cages, which would not matter after you take the first shot, because the enemy will jump in for that trade. But he still pulled it off in a round where I believe it was that one play from BGG as well, who TP'd all the way towards that corner of the C side, right? And they anticipated that.
Eyes down. That decision to put that operator to SK Rossi instead of Tamara really worked in the favor of Velocity Gaming. Because up until the OT, Tamara was not really coming online. He was the first person taking the hit. And the decision itself worked in the favor of Velocity, because every single time SK Rossi was the last man standing. He was there to get the trade. So sure,
one enemy remaining.
Call that situation. The operator to the Cypher, and SK Rossi did full justice to that. And eventually in the OT, even Tamara also started stepping up. This is a round where the entire team of Reckoning was not aware about lighting fast. One corner, not chain. And after that, everything just started falling like a pack of dominoes for the players of Reckoning.
One enemy remaining.
Big mistakes were there.
One enemy remaining.
Absolutely. A cinematic battle. what I would call this one. Probably one of the best that we have seen in the entire VCSA 2025 till now.
One enemy remaining.
And to be honest, Shadow, I don't even know what to expect from tomorrow's game between Revenant Esports and VLT. It's gonna be so crispy. 14 first kills to the 14 ones. Dead even. Scoreline 15-13. Post plants. VLT got sight 7 times, were able to convert only 4. Reckoning, they got 4 and were able to convert 3. And don't get fooled by them, because the attacks rounds of even the OT are also counted in that one. That's why you can see those 4 of 7 conversions, because VLT on their original attack in the original 24 rounds, they were only able to get 2. And the same was the case with Reckoning.
Yeah, they both
Some
were
of the
really
MVP.
struggling on the attacking side, no doubt.
Yeah.
And the MVP, of course, has to be Asterisk, the guy who really stepped up when it was required. 1.8 KDA, 275 ACS, 174 damage per round. Headshot percentage is going to be 23.0%, and first kills are going to be 2. So Asterisk really stepped up big time when it was required, and that's the reason that we saw such a great comeback from the side of Velocity Gaming. And as you were talking about the upcoming matchup of Velocity and Revenant Esports, I'm sure that's going to be more thrilling than this one, because this was a roller coaster ride. For a second it looked like it was going in the favor of Reckoning, then again going in the favor of Velocity. So much happened in this particular map of Haven. But looking at the team performance also, Asterisk is the MVP. From Reckoning it's going to be Moner. Kudos to Moner, because even one of the round which Reckoning lost, Moner did step up big time. He was able to convert a 3K. It was a last duel, a 1v1 duel against Lightning Fast, which he lost. That was the reason Reckoning lost that round. But Moner individually, he did step up big time.
I would agree. And again, you look at the rest of the players too, even BGG is up there and all the other players too. Yeah, of course, not as flashy as Moner, but everyone had their own part. You cannot blame any one of them for what happened right now, because this is the best thing that you could eventually witness today. Maybe the best match, as I've said, till now in the entire VCSA 2025 split. But it's absolutely fine. Happens sometimes, you know, certain decisions do not go your way. Specifically like the ones of not checking the corner in the Sivers. That is definitely going to haunt Tricky and also the rest of the members, because out of all those 4, even if one of them would have looked left, this would have been an entirely different scene. And the diligence of Lightning Fast Shadow to ask for the util first and then open fire. This not just shows you the discipline, but rather shows you the coordination of this team. And you do not build it in a day or 2. You build it with hours and hours of practice by playing together. And these 2 players, the experience all the way from Pacific speaks itself. This is the reason why that play was possible, and why this comeback was in general possible for this entire team. And that's why I've said this is one of the deadliest tigers right now roaming in the jungle. Velocity Gaming are moving at a velocity which I don't think you can catch.
I do agree. Velocity Gaming at this point currently looks like one of the best team in the entire South Asian region. The way they are performing, the way they are quickly adapting to the situation. If one player is not performing, if one player is underperforming, the other player do step up. The quick adjustments are always there from the side of Velocity Gaming. So yes, they are looking a very strong contender to lift the trophy of VCS Split 1 as well. The team which is also looking really promising has to be the players of Team Revenant Esports. And I'm sure Revenant Esports were also watching, especially their coach and the analyst was watching this particular match very closely, and they're going to take advantage out of it, because Velocity was struggling on the attacking half. So I won't be surprised if tomorrow Revenant Esports comes and picks a map of Haven.
Highly possible, man. Highly possible. Or rather, maybe they would just want to, you know, let this one slide, because you know how difficult it is to break the defense of VLT at the same time. But you know, that's enough topics for about the first map itself, or rather the first match. Ended up in a 2-0. Someone was talking about the curse that I bring on the table. Maybe you're gonna agree to the prediction. you know, there's always two sides of the coin. As I said, I'm the optimistic one. I'm going to still see that I predicted 2-0. It's going to be a 2-0. No hate to Reckoning Esports, though, I'll have to say. With the way how they showed the improvement compared to week 1 versus week 2, day 1 itself, strongest team, going toe-to-toe against them, forcing them down on their knees, that is a big upgrade for them. And I think so the journey from now on is just going to get easier for them from the next moment onwards. But the journey, since we're already talking about that, has been excruciatingly difficult for teams like Asterisk and teams like Aura, who are now going to play against each other.
The next matchup is also going to be really important because Aura, even they are not having the best of the time in the VCS Split 1. So yes, this matchup is also going to be really important for both these teams. Even the players of Asterisk were also struggling in the past. So today, at least someone is going to get the first victory because both Aura and Asterisk, they have got 0 victories at all in their hands.
And if I'm not wrong, I believe Aura is the only team who apparently got a map win.
Yeah,
or
against...
rather, do they? Was it Aura or I believe it was Asterisk who got the map win maybe? One of them.
Are you sure? It was Aura?
We'll have to check. You know what? I think so. I kind of need some time to maybe check on that start. But ladies and gentlemen, since I take that check, make sure you take that short break, get your popcorns, get your everything ready, as we'll be moving in for game number 2 after this one.
To live your life the way you want. Compete like the toughest challenger. Dance like there's no tomorrow. Celebrate every second you are alive. Life has no rule books, but we can give you a stage.
to OMEN VCSA 2025 Split 1, and my name is Shadow. Joining me on the desk is going to be Aladdin for the next matchup, and the next matchup is going to be between Aura and Asterisk. And Aladdin, how are you doing, and what are your prediction for the next match?
Well, thank you so much. Asterisk versus Aura. As you were asking, the prediction is definitely going to be Asterisk side, because previously, although both the teams were struggling, both the teams are the least performing teams of the first week. But still, if you compare to the number of rounds that Team Aura won, you can clearly see that Asterisk, they have that high advantage. You can say they have that high number advantage on towards their side. So probably Asterisk will win this one, but a 2-0 is something that can be very difficult for them.
You know what? The Jinx's cat has already said that we are moving on to a decider, so maybe we can see a 2-0 happening. We never know, anything can happen, but yes, it's going to be a close matchup. Both these teams were really struggling in week number 1. They haven't got any map win, any win in their favor at all.
Absolutely.
Someone is going to get their first victory today, and maybe after that they can get that linear graph of victories. Maybe that can be the stepping stone for them to boost the confidence for the upcoming matches. But let's have a look at the roster of Team Aura. We have got Prime 1, Roblox, NZ, Gambo, and Sinix.
Absolutely. If you look towards the lineup of this team, Sinix and Gambo, previously they were performing better than their teammates, but Prime and Roblox were unable to perform. And on the other side, there's one new addition towards their team. Homeboy is not playing, I believe, and they are playing with their substitute player. But is this change gonna bring anything new? Is the performance going to be different? Have they planned for it? I think NZ is that player who is the new man in.
Yeah, he certainly is, and if you look at the performance which they had, they have played the map of Haven against the players of Frightening. That was 0-13 for the players of Aura. Against Velocity also, Haven was a 3-13. So that also means that Haven is one of the unique maps for the players of Aura. And so is the map of Pearl, because against Velocity it was a 0-13 defeat for the players of Aura Esports. So yes, these two maps are where that the players of Aura really struggle a lot.
I can say that both the teams have their weak performances on all the maps, but previously when Aura was playing against Revenant Esports, there one thing that surprised me, and that was that 12-14 score line from their side. But let's move forward and talk about another team, Team Asterisk. We have seen all these players performing: Yash, Icarus, Wave, Nair, and Simple. But unfortunately, in this VCSA, they were not performing up to that mark. Like Wave and Nair, let's just say they were stepping up, but Icarus and Yash, they were not. In one match, 2 of the players are performing and the other 3 are not. And in the other match, 2 of the other players are performing, and then we see Simple, Yash, and Icarus struggling. So all these players, they have to come online all together. They have to show their synergy. There's one thing that is lacking far behind as compared to all the other teams, and that is the synergy of this team.
Yeah, the synergy can be a little problematic,
but Yash, बहुत सुंदर flash by Simple का.
Still can first, but Rocky will shut it.
We saw Simple playing as a duelist and a initiator as well. Yash also the duelist has to step up, but Icarus was really going huge in every single game. So definitely the pressure is going to be on Icarus' shoulders as well.
Absolutely. Up against Global Esports Academy, it was also a 0-2 score line from Asterisk side. I mean, they struggled a lot. But I mean, the matchup was really close. On the map of Lotus, it was 10-13. On the map of Bind, it was a 9-13. You can say that it was not a one-sided victory for them. But yes, the 2-0 scoreline clearly tells us that Team Asterisk was struggling. But they did not manage to win a single map against any of these teams in their previous week. Against Orangutan, it was a 0-2 once again. Against Revenant Esports, once again it was a 0-2. So Team Asterisk, they also have to step up big time. It's going to be very challenging for them. But Aura and Asterisk, as both the teams are the least performing teams, which one of them is going to dominate the other one? That's going to be another big question.
Yeah, of course. This is definitely going to be a very close matchup because, like Scared was also mentioning this, that on the skill cap, both these teams are looking very similar to each other. They both are on the struggling side in the VCSS split 2025. So yes, it can be a very close matchup. It can go up until the decider. It can go either ways. We don't know. We can't give any sort of predictions that which team is going to get a victory. But we do have a head-to-head between Homeboy and Yash. They both like to play as a duelist, as Homeboy loves to play as a Neon, Yash is a Raze main, and statistically speaking, I think Yash is looking much better than Homeboy.
Most probably Homeboy is not playing as we have seen their lineup. So let's see if their player comes online and tries to play with his team in the first match. Then we can compare these stats furthermore. But as you were talking about a Yash stepping up big time, 95 elimination numbers. And on the other side, Homeboy with just 28. He played Neon 2 times and Yash played a Raze 4 times. So a big difference here as compared to if you talk about the kill numbers. But on the other side, if you look at the headshot percentage ratio, that's very, very different. I mean, a Homeboy with just 13% headshot ratio, it needs to practice a lot. His aim game has to step up big time on this entire VCSA. But as we've seen previously against Velocity Gaming and against Team Reckoning Esports, both the teams, they started their first week with some, you can say, very unbalanced matchups, and that's one of the reasons why they did not get any of those momentum generating matches.
Yeah, I do agree, and I'm not going to entirely rely on those stats because let's be honest, for both these teams, it's the first major tournament which they are playing, and sometimes you do get intimidated when you are playing against such big names. You get those early game jitters, you get the pressure as well. So we can cut some slack to all these players, but we also have something for the viewers, as all you have to do is just scan the QR code to answer the question, and the question of the day is, who got the highest eliminations previous week? Aziz, Damara, Rafuel or Venka? And whoever answers the most correct questions gets a chance to win 7,000 VP points. We casters can't participate in that. Even our producer can't also participate in that. But you, the audience, definitely can, and maybe can get those your hands on those VP points and chance to win your favorite Valor skin.
Absolutely. The first one is going to get those 5,000 Val points. The second one is going to get those 2,000 Val points. So make sure that you tune in, stay active in the chat, and answer these questions proactively. But let's move forward. Let's talk about the game. The map veto, another important factor, is going to be there. Let's see which map is going to be picked by both these teams. As we were previously mentioning, that Lotus is going to be one of those maps which Team Aura is going to pick, as they played against when they played against Team Reckoning Esports. It was a 12-14 score line. The comeback was real on that map. So I think the interest of Team Aura is going to be towards that map. And as we move forward, Haven is the pick from Aura's side. They banned Avis. It was not their very prepared map. But on the other side, Asterisk bringing on that Lotus map once again. And Decider is going to be Purred.
Yeah, because let's be honest, Asterisk, they have played the map of Lotus thrice. Once against the players of Revenant Esports, that was the 18-13. Once against the players of Global Esports Academy, then that went really close as a 10-13 against OG. Also, it was really close, 11-13 swap. So yes, Lotus is one of those maps where Asterisk can definitely try to pull off something. But on the map of Haven, I'm not so sure because Asterisk was really struggling against OG. That was a 1-13 defeat.
Absolutely, but if we talk about Asterisk, they are pretty much confident in this map. But similarly, the Decider map, if we go towards the Decider map, it's going to be easy for a Team Asterisk, relatively easy for them because if you look at the stats, when they were playing on the map of Pearl against Revenant Esports, they did challenge them big time, and the scoreline was 7-13. And all these rounds were won by Asterisk on the defense half. So you can say that the defense half or the defense side of Team Asterisk in the map of Pearl is pretty strong. So let's move forward. The players are there in front of your screen. Asterisk are ready. They want to get their hands on that victory. A 2-0 is something that they're looking for, but Team Aura, they will try to challenge them big time.
Of course, they will definitely try to challenge them. They will try to make it a 2-0 and get a first victory for themselves, and same goes for the other team as well. For both of them, this is going to be a really important matchup to boost the confidence for the upcoming matchups. because
Absolutely.
the previous matchups were really tough ones for both of them. And seems like the situation didn't entirely go in their favor, but the composition, let's have a look at that. We have a double duelist composition from the side of Asterisk, the Jet Yoru combination, and for Aura as well, we have a double duelist, ISO and Yoru in the mix.
Absolutely, a double duelist composition from either side. You can say that from one side it's ISO and Yoru, and on the other side it's Jet and Yoru. Team Asterisk, they're surprising with this composition. And on the other side, Aura Esports, they have to be careful because those boosted uppercuts are not going to be there in this patch. They're still playing on the previous patch, ladies and gentlemen. But let's move ahead. Let's talk about the first round, the moment of truth, the very first round, the beginning, the momentum generator. I mean, both the teams were complaining that they do not have a first week, a good first week, because the start of that week was not good for them. But now that they're playing against each other, they're not playing against the best of the best. Now they have to make sure that they get that momentum in their favor. But Aura, they need that momentum. Asterisk, they also need that. Seeing the matchup against the least performing teams in any tournament, it surprises you sometimes, because both the teams, they try to go all in. And as our co-caster mentioned, that when you look at the skills perspective, both the teams, they have some kind of like balanced skill set, but it all depends on who plays better on this specific day.
Yeah, and seems like they didn't had a really good start in week number 1, and the start of the Haven is also not looking that great, as we have got a technical pause. And the good thing is, the silver lining is, if all the technical issues are resolved at the very start of the map, so that means no momentum will be affected for the teams. And seems like the technical issues have been resolved. Asterisk, they are starting on the attacking side, and Aura, they are starting in the defensive side once again. Even is an attack-oriented map, but the previous matchup, Velocity Gaming and Reckoning, we saw that how they were really strong in the defensive side. And attack was something they were really struggling.
Absolutely. I mean, both the teams are more focused on those individual duels, as you were mentioning previously, that the composition looks a bit more shaky. But let's see, what are their plans? Have they planned for this? Is there any kind of specific set plays for these Yoru and Jet gameplay? But let's see, moving on towards the C side, 4 of the players are pushing, one is lurking in the mid. Team Asterisk, they have that side control that no one was used perfectly. Look at this Aura. The players are being pushed back by those missiles. The guided salvo being used perfectly. Simple, he traded some damage, but he had to fall back. And now, as NZ found Simple, the minute advantage is there. But Team Asterisk, they have to convert it as soon as possible. Nair takes that trade. Once again, back and forth trades are going, and Ikras, as he found one, he has to be careful. He got traded instantly, and Asterisk, 3 of the players are pushing forward together. And look at this, one by one, all the players of Aura going down. Down to the last one, Gambo. And he got shut down. In fact, he found one. The reload was there, he found another, and what is going on? Oh my god! What was that?
That was Gambo clutching it out.
I gave up my hopes.
Clutch.
I'm sure even the players of Aura also gave up the hope of converting this one. But
Oh my
Gambo
god, I have no words.
stepping up huge. And it was required in converting the pistol round with a 3k. Now the entire eco round for the players of Aura, already a good start for Aura. And
What was Yash
Asterisk,
doing?
I'm
What
sorry,
was Yash doing? Yes, I'm sorry.
it's okay, but I think the entire team of Asterisk is also
Look at this.
pissed off.
Look at this.
One enemy remaining.
I need answers. What was Yash doing? And in the meantime, what was Nair doing?
Who else?
Once again, moving on towards the second round. Aura, look at this. Throwbox one by one, taking all the players down. And look at him. He found another one. Is that an ace? Throwbox, a 1v1 situation. Found another one. A flawless victory from their side. Not an ace, but 4k from this player's side. And he does not need any other weapon.
Aura already having a very good start. Although it's a map pick of Aura itself, so that was bound to happen. When you have a good start on your own map pick, that does give you a little bit of the confidence boost. But I did see an outlaw investment coming, but seems like the player did change his mind, because in such rounds where the foes are having full shields, I don't think outlaw can give you the perfect value. That's the reason that player has switched to
Absolutely.
veto. Once again, Asterisk, they are going for the Gerard control. A tripwire already towards B main. So Gerard control is something which they need. And near, because Util is already creating a lot of space and map control for the players of Asterisk. But 3 players on the B side with the C link. Executing a stacked up site is not going to be easy, and I think the players of Asterisk also did realize that. That's the reason that the pivot is already coming.
Absolutely, but simple.
Yeah.
Yeah, he found one of the player. He got traded instantly. But once again, Asterisk moving towards the A side. A rotation is there, as you mentioned. A pivot towards A was important. But is Team Aura going to buy this at all? The drone was used to clear all that avenues. But once again, guided salvo being used and the side control is there.
Enemy going for the pass.
Spike planted.
Cynics having that entire haven control. With the E. There. The trades are also there. Nearing Nikris. Trying to equalize the 3v2 situation.
One enemy remaining.
Prime
One
gets
enemy remaining.
Nikris gets a trade. Gambo down to 16 HP. But time is also of prime importance at this point. Gambo going for the tap onto the spike once. Nikris with the camera, the perfect camera, gets all the information.
Ready.
And look at that, Nikris with a 3k. And the first round for the players of Asterisk, but it was a costly round because 4 weaponries were dropped from the side of Asterisk Aladdin, and the economy now for Asterisk is not looking that great. 4 players onto the half shield. Yes, the neural theft is there. Outlaw investing on the side of Aura.
Absolutely, you mentioned that the outlaw is there. And definitely, it's gonna hurt Team Asterisk big time. But once again, Ikris, a brilliant show of skills from his side. It was a 1v2 situation, picked one fall back, and then that camera to get all the information. But once again, the garage control is there. All the players of Team Asterisk are pushing towards garage. The fake being used, but some undercuts to push this team backwards. NZ is trying to make sure that nobody is coming from the flanks. Once again, a fake TP to give fake information and the rotation towards the A side. This is some default gameplay. You can't say repetition of the previous round. Same script being followed. All the players of Team Asterisk, they want to push towards A side, but the information is probably there as the smoke goes. Team Aura is playing for a retake now.
But they have to, because every single time we notice the defense towards the inside is a little bit of peace, and Asterisk is taking the full advantage of it. Spike goes in, and a 5v5 retake for the players of Aura. They can play from the A main. That is exactly where we have the players from the center Asterisk. The paranoia goes in, but Yash gets fine. Cynics from the Haven gets 2 of his own. And look at where Simple is, gets
Last
2.
player standing.
Cynics with a 3k. Simple is the last man standing in a 1v1 situation. The HP onto Cynics
Oh my
is not
god!
bad, but despite that, he's going to clutch it out. A 4k for Cynics. And a third round for the players of Aura.
I mean, these are some crazy imdos going on. Cynics from the Haven, he found 2 of the players. He shuts both of them down, and then he jumps down. He jumps down and took 2 other players. This is some crazy Valorant going on. Aura, another round in their favor, but Cynics credit goes to him because he shuts down Asterisk entirely. Look at him. Look at him. That was some crazy 1v1. Look at this. Crispy aim game from his side. But this is gonna hurt Asterisk once again. Aura. Third round in their favor. And now that they are on towards a full buy, their opponents are struggling. Asterisk, a bit of slow approach. But look at this. The Outlaw not being used. But the TP was timed perfectly. Once again, the garage control is there. But Cynics, he was so good with the Vandals against Vandals. But now, in the pistol round, he's struggling. But NZ once again with that Outlaw, he found one of the player. And look at this. The neural theft giving all that information. The flood is gonna be there now.
Planted.
Yeah, the retake has to be there. Sinix gets one wave with the Sheriff, gets a trade onto Sinix. The entire retake coming from the link and from the garage. The weaponry is already there, but Simple being Simple gets one more. Icarus gets one. The trade game is definitely there from both the sides. A 2v2 situation. All
remaining.
Asterisk has to do is just buy something, but Icarus is the last man. Not for very long. His Robux will shut him down, and the fourth round also goes for the players of Aura as Prime will get the defuse.
Right here.
Absolutely. Only one of the players of Team Asterisk is looking prepared. And that is Simple once again. He's stepping up in every other round, but unfortunately his team, specifically Wave, he's not making any of those waves. Nair is also struggling, and Icarus, sometimes we see him taking all those fights. Look at this. NZ without Outlaw, he was still good. You can say that this round was not in the favor of Team Asterisk, as Aura, they already had that advantage in terms of weaponry. But specifically Roblox stepping up with that Bulldog, that was very painful. But once again, a bit more aggressive approach this time. They were planning to go towards the A side, but that cage was something that's gonna push them far behind. Dark cover is also deployed. Asterisk, they wanted to push forward. The Teho drone is gonna get a lot of information. No information whatsoever. Because the way Prime is playing, in every other round, they're just giving away their A main. I mean, the entire A side is given away in every other round.
It certainly is, but the ultimate position of Asterisk is also looking quite planted. They have got the dimensional rift, which was missed it, but right despite that gets wave. Shots
Oh my
down,
god.
he also finds a Chris. One by one, the isolated kills which the players of Asterisk are giving is not really working in their favor. Near with a
Last player standing.
One down.
but the trade game is there as he is the last man standing, and not for very long. The fifth round also goes for the players of Aura. Seems like a deja vu moment for me, because even the players of Reckoning were also doing a similar thing in the previous match on Haven against the players of Velocity Gaming. That so many rounds converted in the defensive side, and just like VLT, even the players of Asterisk are struggling in the attacking half.
Absolutely. Once again, the sides are shifted, but the result is still the same. But the ultimate progression, as you mentioned, was not that good at all. But once again, there's one thing that I want to highlight. I mean, Aura, they have planned something. In the previous round, if you remember, when NZ was in the ultimate dimensional drift, he asked for a blind, and Gambu, he timed it so perfectly. That's one of the reasons why he was able to win that duel. So Paranoia being used up to that perfection, and other utils as well. Team Aura, they have definitely planned for something. And Asterisk, a bit more shaky, you can say, start from their side. And also, coordination is something that they are lacking far behind now. Because once again, the callouts are not being made, as using that ultimate, using that Armageddon without any information tells us that this team is, you can say, their performance is fumbling now.
And the thing is, Aladdin, 2 ultimates were invested from the side of Aura.
Without any information.
One, it was 2 ultimates. Yes, without information, but 2 ultimates were invested. So that was a very ult-heavy round for the players of Aura Esports, and that was a crucial round itself. And since those 2 ultimates didn't bring any sort of value to the players of Aura Esports, so they had to call for a timeout. Already the scoreline difference is increasing. There are 4 rounds deficit, and the ult progression for the players of, Asterisk was wasted.
It's okay.
The ult progression of Aura is looking promising, as they have got the Hunter's Fury. And once again, Asterisk, they are in the save round. Just a Stinger is there. The Bladestorm of Yash can definitely be the only win condition. Get out of my way! If they get anything with that Bladestorm, maybe there is a chance of converting a thrifty round. Otherwise, I don't see the second round coming for the players of Asterisk. It should be a 6-1 for Aura.
Absolutely, a bit of leap of faith with that ultimate. Once again, moving towards the B side. Prime is waiting, and with that drone, he's going to take a lot of information. And look at Roblox. Look at Roblox. But once again, they're pushing towards A main. Sorry, A city. Cenix shut down one, but the trade was there. NZ, he got shut down as well. But Robox, responsibility lies on his shoulders. One by one, the trades were there. And Gambo, he complimented Robox. And now Icarus is the last one standing. It does not have any information. Look at this, Gambo is gonna peek and shut him down. No more gas for Icarus. Once again, Team Aura getting another round on the board. And this looked more easy than other rounds. They had that ultimate, those knives were out, but Yash, he was unable to do anything. No hopes whatsoever for Team Asterisk. And 6-1 is the scoreline for now. Now that they have the full buy, what is going to be their plan? 2 ultimates are there. Let's just say that Aerial Theft, the most important ultimate is there, but they have to pick one at least to use that one.
Of course, you need to find that first kill to get any information with that neural theft. But in the previous one, Aura knew all the players of Asterisk are not having enough players to go for a buy. All they have to do is just shut down that base. And the Fury investment coming for the players of Aura as Prime. And there is a little bit of the tag towards Icarus as well, as he's down to 70 HP. This time the players of Asterisk are looking for a C hit.
Locating target.
They have got a solo anchor towards C, and that is going to be Gambo, who is coming on really well. He has got his own from the shadows. Dark cover is there. And the updraft play comes into the picture as Yash finds Gambo, shuts him down. Simple also deals with the Roblox. This should be a second round for the players of Asterisk as they
Spike planted.
This time, the spike has already been planted. 3v5 retake for Aura. But could be a goal.
Oh my god.
On the back of it gets 2, and Cenix here the third one. Seems like an outnumbered fight is also going in the favor
Last
of
player
Aura
standing.
as Cenix finds one more, and the 3K for Cenix, and the 7th one for the players of Aura. The post plant is something where Asterisk is lacking. They're not able to execute the site. So many issues are there in the execution of Asterisk.
Absolutely, but Asterisk, what a throw. What a throw from their side, just like the first round. Another pathetic round from their side. I mean, that from the shadows, specifically that TP, that shrouded step from Wave. What was that? You're TPing on the face of your enemy. That was so easy for NZ and Team Aura. But once again, Cenix, he's stepping up big time. The aim game is very crispy from his side. And look at this. As a hit is coming, NZ moving forward. He picks his opponent, falls back. Right time to make that move. And once again, Aura is in the advantage. Asterisk, even in the rifles round, they're unable to push. The defense of Aura, it's commendable. But once again, C is left on all those traps. A tripwire is set up. Is set it in such a way that if the jet updrafts and dash, that tripwire will give a lot of information. But Roblox, look at him. The timing helps him, and he found Icarus.
Just look at the ultimates of Aura. They've got the dimension hit, kill contracts from the shadows. Just on the basis of
Oh no, Gamble.
get the 8th round.
Last player standing.
NZ and Gambo gets 2 more. Nier gets a trade, but even Nier has been shut down. That paranoia outside main was so precise and perfect that the entire team of Asterisk was completely flashed. You know,
Absolutely.
after that, they definitely took the full advantage out of it. Once again, we have got the ultimates towards the side of Asterisk. Armageddon is there. Neural Theft is there. But this is the moment where I'm talking about. 3 players outside main, and they were completely paranoid.
Absolutely. 3 players outside main, completely paranoid. Team Asterisk are not capitalizing on any of those advantages. But moving forward towards the 10th round, 8-1 is the score line. Icarus, with that camera, he wanted to take some information. But NZ, as he realized that this is not the good area to hold, but again, there's Yash. But back and forth trades were going on as Gambo was there to take that trade. Josh got shut down, but simple. He found Gambo somehow. Gambo took 2 of the players in the garage. He made the situation easy for his team. But look at this, NZ with this ultimate. Is he gonna open this on the face of his opponent? Yes, he's gonna do that. The information is there. And look at this, the operator being used, and simple. That was a mistake. But as they found Robux, the fight is down to a 2v3. Once again, the operator is on towards the main. And look at this. They're wasting 2 of those ultimates in such situation. But Prime, man oh man, the player with the spike is here. And look at this, Icarus got shut down as well. What is going on? What are you doing? Asterisk making mistakes after mistakes. Oh my god.
9th one for the players of Aura. 8-round deficit is where Asterisk is at this point. That fake decoy, the players completely bite that. So many mistakes are being done from the side of Asterisk. Even the ultimates are not able to help them. Once again, a scrappy buy coming in as few players are onto the Guardians. In fact, only with just one. It's Icarus onto the Guardian. 2 players on half shield. And an operator investment coming from the side of Aura. Once again. Simple. Seems like it was way too simple for him to find NZ in that situation and shut him down. So that means the operator is no longer going to be a concern for the players of Asterisk. And it was really important for Asterisk to win that duel against NZ. But look at the pace. Suddenly Asterisk, they're going for a very slow approach, going for the garage control. That fake decoy all the way towards C garage. Get an intuition, but wave! Oh my god, completely unaware. And Gambo just completely shut him down.
Absolutely, but Senix, he gave his information, and after that, still after that, Simple was unable to find him. The reposition is there, but Gambo once again hiding. Senix, the reposition was perfect, and Yash, the whole responsibility lies on his shoulders, and his shoulders were not enough to take that responsibility. 10th round in the board. Seems like Aura is gonna have a 13-1 victory because the pressure is totally there. And now, maybe just one more round, and after that, pistol rounds will be enough. But as you can see that the broken buy is there. Asterisk, the pressure is definitely there. They have to plan something out. Look at Neo. He's definitely tensed. He's definitely pressured. What is Simple doing? The information was there. Seems like he's playing without comms, without headphones.
Asterisk are getting completely demolished by the players of Aura. And look at the smiling faces of the players of Aura. They know it, that no matter what, they're getting a victory on the map of Haven. This is going to be the last round in the first half. Even if it goes to a 10-2 swap, then also, it's not going to be easy to stage a comeback. Yes, Velocity did that, but hey, let's be honest, that's Velocity gaming.
Look at the position of Gambo's monitor. Sorry, Silic's monitor. That's how you read a book. That's not how you play. But it's okay, it's working out. That player is not fracking. 14-6, some crazy numbers. Yeah. Anna, Senix. Once again, the mad control approach is there. They were drawn to take all that information. Once again, no information given. This is the best thing about Team Aura Esports. They are not giving any of this information. The way they realize, the moment they realize that the opponents are pushing this side, they give away. They give up on that side, and they play for the retakes. And the retakes are so perfect from their side. Look at that, Simple once again moving forward. But Senix, he's gonna win that in duel. He found one, but he got shut down. Simple and Yash finding their picks. Armageddon being used to push this team backwards. Now, seems like Team Asterisk, they're stepping up. And once again, look at Yash as he found one. Icarus shut down Gambo. A flawless victory from Asterisk side. This time out, it turned everything around. But for how long? The score line is not decent. If you look towards Asterisk, only 2 rounds in the first half. Not enough to convert this one.
And that too in defense. For some reason, today Haven looks like a defense-oriented map because everyone is performing really good on the defensive side. But once again, the pressure is definitely going to be on the shoulders of the players of Team Asterisk, because if they don't convert the pistol round, let's be honest, even if they do convert the pistol round, they need the anti-eco, they need the bonus conversion. After that, they also need to convert the buy round. Then only we can say that there is some hope for Asterisk to get a victory on this map or come anywhere close to the scoreline of the players of Aura. And Aura, all they have to do is just win the pistol round. That is it.
Absolutely. All they have to do is win this first pistol round, and Asterisk with those fumbles. They made a mistake. And Team Aura, they did capitalize on that. Situation is down to a 3v5. And once again, a pivot towards the C side is going to be there. But Wave, is he going to buy that? Does he have any information? There, as he's rotating towards the garage, he's going to find 3 of the players pointing the weapons toward him. Now you have to be careful. You have to be careful. But both of the players were not. And Prime shuts both of them down. Icarus, the whole responsibility is there. The pistol round is there. Aura, making things easy for them. A 13-2 is something that we're looking for now.
It's done, Aladdin. It's the 11th one coming for the players of Aura. It's going to be a very comfortable victory for Aura in this one. And look at that, Chris finds one, but still it's a 1v4 situation in front of him. It's not going to be easy to convert a 1v4, especially when you are trailing behind by 8 rounds. Especially for a Siphon. Unless and until your SK loss is Chris completely unaware, shots coming from every single direction. And Envy will be the one to land the last blow. 11th one coming for the players of Aura. Seems like they are in a hurry to get a victory for themselves.
Absolutely. Seems like Asterisk is in a hurry to go home, because the way they are playing from the starting of the previous map, of this map, sorry. Team Asterisk, they seem so unprepared, no planning whatsoever. But Aura, a bit of change in their composition, along with their coordination is there. Once again, Yash with this Marshall wanted to do something different, but those flying shock darts were enough, and Prime with that door, you can say that with that wall bank or a door bank, it was enough to shut down one of the players. Once again, Aura, they have that advantage, not just in terms of weaponry, but in terms of people alive. And look at this, Gambo, he's gonna surprise them. He did surprise them. Yash got shut down. Yash and his heroic Marshall was not enough. 3v5 it is now. Once again, Team Aura and the approach of Team Aura is looking different now. Because even with all that weapon advantage, they're not pushing fast forward. They're planning their slow execute, checking all that corners, and once again, this corner check was crazy.
Aura, they have read the players of
Last player standing.
because Icarus and Yas were going for those lurk plays, but seems like that was completely read by the players of Aura, and they're just waiting for such sort of a play. And after that, also that everything is perfectly lined up for the players of Aura. Niyar does get one, but will that be enough? Because still it's a 1v3 situation. He's able to
Absolutely.
give some hope to the players of Asterisk, but seems like the chances are really compromised. And NZ with the Guardian is going to take the final blow to near the 12th one for Aura, and they are on the map point. All they need is just one more round. That is it.
Absolutely, one more round to secure the victory. But Gambo and NZ, what a step up from their side. You can't say the change of lineup is working out for this team. Homeboy is not there, the Neon is not there. And now NZ on that duelist. He did something, you can say, on the defense side, he was looking very promising. And once again, trading all those players. It's working out for him. But Team Asterisk, a bit more aggressive approach. The guided salvo being used. Push the players from the window. They keep bringing all that fight onto the mid side. But look at this. Robox with his Marshall. He was enough. Not Marshall, but the Outlaw. He was enough to shut down one of the player. Yash, once again, in every other round, Yash is the first player who gets picked off.
like that's not the case for the Asterisk. Aura Robux with the Outlaw finds
Last player standing.
Let's get one, but good for only one. It's done. This is going to be the last round. It's a 13-2 coming for the players of Aura on the map of which was their own map pick. And yes, the
Attackers
round
win.
win, the map win is there, a 13-2 and a dominating victory indeed for the players of Aura.
Absolutely. Some crazy numbers. 12-2 is the score. 13-2 is in fact is the score on the first map, and that too was not Aura's pick. That too was Asterisk pick. Aura, they dominated entirely, made it look so easy. You can say that no counter whatsoever. Team Asterisk, they had no counter of Team Aura. I mean, not just on the defense side, but on the attack side as well. Aura was looking different, and let's just not forget it. Let's just talk about the mistakes Team Asterisk made, specifically on the very first round. It was a complete throw from their side. Seems like they did not even want to win. They were not even prepared to win this match.
Yes, whatever the players of Team Asterisk prepared seems like that didn't work in their favor. Too many mistakes were there. They were not checking those corners. The utility usage was also not that perfect from the side of Team Asterisk. The combination were not there. So yes, few problems were definitely there. But let's be honest, that was a map pick for the players of Aura. And that was bound to happen. Aura was supposed to win on their own map pick. But the upcoming map, the map of Lotus, is going to be really important for the players of Asterisk. If they do get a victory on the map of Lotus, then we are moving on to the decider, and maybe there will be a chance for the players of Asterisk to redeem themselves onto the decider. So yes, the next match of Lotus is going to be really important one for Asterisk.
Let me tell you something. On the map of Lotus, Team Aura was playing with a 12-14 scoreline. Gambo, Cynics, Prime, Robux, they were stepping up. Unfortunately, Homeboy, he was on 15-19 scoreline. He was the only player struggling. So Lotus is going to be very, very difficult now that NC is in. He's replacing Homeboy. But let's just move forward and talk about the previous match's highlight. And as you can see, the starting round was in the favor of Aura. Robux clutching those rounds with a 3k. And not just him. Every player of Team Aura, every player stepped up from Team Aura's side. Those 3Ks and 4Ks were there in every other round, and specifically those flawless victories. How can we forget that? Seems like Team Asterisk, they did not have enough time to reset their mental. Also, they did not have enough buy as well, because their economy was not up to that mark. After every other round, they were making sure, like, it was unfortunate from them, but they were making sure that their economy does not allow them to buy a full loadout. But let's talk about the timings. It was also in the favor of Aura.
Everything was just entirely in the favor of the players of Aura. Because let's be honest, the top fragger of the team, which was Icarus, 9-13. Simple, the duelist was 18-14. That means the entire team was struggling. The only timing is that yes, Simple was able to get those first kills, but he was also the first one to be picked off. He was the first one to take the shots onto him. So nothing was really working for the players of Asterisk. Seems like they were not prepared for the pace which Aura was bringing in. Haven was completely owned by the players of Team Aura. The only hope for Asterisk now is to focus on the map of Lotus and forget whatever happened on Haven and do the homework after today's matches are over. And looking at the team performance, the first kills are almost double for Aura. 10 first kills for Aura, 5 for the plus of Asterisk. The post plant is also not looking great. 8 times the plus of Asterisk were able to get the site, and only twice they were able to convert it. So the post plant was also a big problem for the players of Asterisk.
Absolutely. Team Aura, they were playing for the retakes in every other round, and that's what we saw in terms of stats number. But as we move forward, MVP is going to be none other than Gambo. Gambo was making sure that he gets that. You can say that he gets those 1 or 2 picks in every other round. 2 first bloods, 3.1 kill death assist, and 292 ACS. Gambo, the main fragger of this team. But not just Gambo. Alongside Gambo, Cynics was also there. These two players made sure that they shut down the entire team of Team Asterisk. And as we move forward, the player performance is going to be there. And let's see what are the other players. I can clearly see that Cynics is there, complementing the performance of Gambo. But alongside Cynics, Robux was there. But in a few rounds, Robux was dominating. But in other few rounds, he was not even, you can say that visible. But once again, the duelist issue is being dealt with. The main issue with Team Aura was their duelist. And with the entry of NZ, I think they've kind of fixed it.
Whatever the issues were, seems like Aura were completely prepared for this map of Haven, especially Gambo. If you remember, in the very first pistol round, he was able to clutch. That pistol round, the first pistol should have gone in the favor of Team Asterisk, but kudos to Gambo for pulling off that clutch. It was a 3K or 4K if I'm not wrong. And after that, the pistol went in the favor for the players of Aura Esports. So whatever the issue was, Aura has completely fixed it. And seems like the players of Asterisk, they need to fix whatever the issue is happening for them, especially on the upcoming map of Lotus.
Absolutely. None of the players from Team Asterisk was in double digits elimination number. So the issues are completely there, but not with just 1, 2, or 3. With all the players. So Team Asterisk, they have to come up with a different start now that it's their map pick. But I can clearly say this, that up against Reckoning Esports, one of those performing names, if your teams was not, if your team did great, you can certainly do great against Asterisk as well.
You know what, Aladdin, sorry to cut you off, but I have figured it out what the players of Asterisk need at this point. They need the official Jinxer on the desk, and maybe that can bring a victory for the players of Asterisk. So I really want the Jinxer to be back on the desk. You guys, we'll see you after a short little break. Let me call the official Jinxer on the desk.
To live your life the way you want. Compete like the toughest challenger. Dance like there's no tomorrow. Celebrate every second you are alive. Life has no rule books, but we can give you a stage.
This is the moment we waited for. Everything you want is right here. We gon' give them what they got. We know we running it now. Watch the game change. Watch the game change. Watch the game change. Watch the game change. Yeah.
my, oh my. Gambo, he was unstoppable in the previous one. It just seemed that Asterisk had no idea. This is the kind of risk that they could not prepare for. But man, Shadow, I was so engrossed in the previous game. You would never expect something like this to happen. And I remember, and I know what card you're now going to pull on to me when I said that I'm pretty sure that it's going to be a very close matchup, which might go a long way towards the third map. Seems like, or I've got some different options.
I really want a clear-cut answer from you. Who is winning on the map of Lotus? A prediction from you. Nothing else. A clear-cut answer.
I'm just gonna go with the team who basically got their aura higher, plus 1000 aura for them, and I'm gonna pick aura this time around, just with the momentum that they carry.
This is why I went to call you in the break. I really wanted you on the desk so that you can jinx the players of Aura and Asterisk. Maybe they can get a victory on the map of Lotus. But let's have a look at the map video once again. The first map was a map of Haven where Aura completely annihilated the entirety of Asterisk with a 13-2 scoreline. But we have a map pick of Asterisk coming up, and that is Lotus, and Pearl is going to be the decider, and Asterisk, they have decided to go for the defense first on the map of Lotus, and Pearl is...
Yeah, I'm gonna say, Shadow, that Aura would probably not want to play on Pearl. They would want to end things on a 2-0 note, just because of how memories, if they serve them right, yeah, that this is a nightmare for them. But if you're talking about the map of Lotus, right, we've seen Asterisk play on this one so many times, and they've not yet been able to close out this one map. Even against OG, they went 11-13. Against Global Esports Academy, it was a 10-13. And in one of the most recent engagements against Revenant Esports, it was 8-13. They have been showing some good, promising performance with this exact same composition of Breach Teho, but when it comes to closing out the map, that's where they struggle. And I think so against Aura, with the way how they played in the previous one, that struggle might continue if they do not find a way to shut down Sinks, to shut down Gambo.
It can be close. I do agree with that. It's going to be a very close scoreline, unlike the map of Haven, because yes, Asterisk, they were not able to convert the map of Lotus even a single time, but every single time the scoreline was really close. Against Revenant, it was a 13-8. Against Global Esports Academy, it was a 13-10. Against OG, it was a 13-11. So yes, the chances of Asterisk converting this one can be pretty high, but for the players of Aura also, especially against Revenant Esports, it was an overtime. Against Velocity also, it was a 13-11 once in the qualifiers, but in the main event, it was a 13-5. So I still believe that the players of Asterisk, they're really going to get a victory on the map of Lotus. The situation can be in their favor. All they need to do is just keep the hope alive and forget whatever happened on the map of Haven.
They've got to forget, they've got to reset and bring themselves back in this one, ladies and gentlemen, as we move to potentially the last map of the evening. And it's going to be a map pick of Asterisk, the map of Lotus. And something that we can never forget on this map, Shadow, has been the fact that big comeback play which Aura made against the side of Reckoning Esports. Now that's the kind of comeback story we always live for, we always long for. And today has been technically the day of comeback. If you remember about what VLT did back to their opponents in this game number 1 itself against Reckoning. Reckoning is probably a team, I'd have to say, that has basically faced so many comebacks. But I'm pretty sure right now Asterisk would want to try and slowly pull stuff up back to their own arsenal. And there's 4 people right now for this trouble week here.
The chances of clearing the trouble are very slim, and even the players of Aura also do realize, because it's a stacked up side, 2 players already there. They've got Yash along with Simple also, Fast. So many things are there, and Simple, do you invite them to the rotation?
One enemy remaining.
And the
Spike
entirety
down
of Aura.
A.
Like I said, it's going to be a map win for the players of Asterisk, and seems like the first pistol is already coming in the team, and maybe a flawless way. Seems like Phoenix is going to completely deny that flawless, but might now a 1v3, Cynics. Good for only 2, and the pistol goes in the favor of Asterisk. And thank you so much, Scare, for joining me on the desk and saying that Aura is winning the map of Lotus.
Well, I'll just have to say, you know, that was such a nasty play from Sinks. He almost isolated the rest of the few duels as well, but a lovely hold down by Asterisk over towards the rubble. They held their ground down, a couple of players towards the connector. They were also wary of Sinks' lurk towards the B side, so They're gonna start with the exact same opening right now, and I'm pretty sure they did not use the salvos right as the round began because he had it up at 1:15 mark. They're taking that rubble space without a lot of utilities. They're posting people up where Yash is holding the line down with his own outlaw and over towards the Bs where the main stack and the main pack of Aura is moving.
I like the proactiveness of Asterisk. After that util usage, they did realize that maybe the pivot is coming towards the B side and they were just prepared for that. A 1v1 trade happening, and the HP of Plus of Aura is also not looking that great as NZ is down to 35 HP, Gambo with 73 HP left. The outlaw in the hands of Yash is enough to deal with the entirety of Aura. This should be an easy second round for the Plus of Asterisk. Chris, the solo anchor, to the DC side, but that util usage from the side of Prime is going to give the side control to the Plus of Aura. Chris still hiding inside the dark cover. Gambo is going for the guard. This should not be a problem for the Plus of Asterisk because they have the weaponry advantage, and Chris with the Guardian finds Sinix. Only 3 players with NZ down to 5 HP. Goes in, just missed. And Gambo with the paint shell itself. Gambo saw that paint shell coming towards him. And despite that, he didn't reposition himself. That was such a big blunder.
Last player standing.
And Prime also, the last one standing.
All missiles
not
away.
very long as Dave is going for the defuse. And Chris will shut him down. An easy refusal and a second round for the players of Asterisk. But what was that? Gambo just walking into the paint shell.
Yeah, he could not have done anything apart from that because behind him were, again, the guided salvos just right next to him. The paint shell, had he moved a bit more up front, he would have been open from 3 different angles. And he just prayed eventually that splash might not be enough for him to fall down. But it's absolutely fine. I'd have to say, though, good job by Aura. Even though all of the players were just chunked down to such a low HP, they got enough time. And they basically got a couple of weaponries off of the hands of the other side. Now again, are ready to fight Rubble. They've all got the same utilities apart from just the Sentinel ones. So it's going to be pretty messy.
He's going a little aggressive as he finds one and he also finds one. That first wave of neutral really worked in favor of the Plus of Team Aura as NZ gets one more. Bonus conversion should not be there from the side of Asterisk because now the Plus of Aura, they have to take advantage. Chris finds the timing onto Sinix. Third is destroyed. There. So is the information passed on. Should be an easy one for
one enemy remaining.
Accuracy. Yes, it certainly is. And Prime is finally going for the plant and
Spike
simple.
planted.
The only player remaining in a 1v4 retake now.
I don't think so he'll be able to, get anything in this own region. He's got the outlaw, but the timing, nah, I don't think so. Things again holding the fort down. Such diligence from this team. Just takes control of 2 of the different avenues and then holds his place. Makes sure that there's no one coming in to backstab his own team, and that's exactly what you want from your own team Sentinel, while also trying to find some timings to maybe go in for a few picks. Love the fact how they're so diligent yet again. Want to start over from the exact same place. The timing, precise, picture perfect. The fault line not enough to take them down because there was a return on the other side too. But seems like it's an explosive start yet again.
It certainly is as Robert gets the rubber control too, but yet still retaining its control along with Nia. The trades are coming back and forth, and it was his last one. It was such a quick round. Chris in a 1v3 situation now. Should
Hopefully we'll catch something in the replay. Yeah.
Spike planted.
Easy plant and difficult retake.
It was such a pacey hit, Shadow. Again, the same thing happened towards Rubble. And eventually it's
locating target.
The same result. They've got so much utility right now.
One suppressed.
Sinks has got 2 of his nano swarms. There's guided salvos available as well. And a triple stack in tree. I don't think so how Chris is gonna pull this one.
I don't think he can. Because all 3 players were towards the tree and finally the second one coming for the Plus of Aura. Seems like a problematic situation now for the Plus of Asterisk. yes, I do understand that Lotus is an attack-oriented map, but still Asterisk need those 5 rounds. And maybe more than 5, because they need the confidence also, because what really happened on the map of Haven, Lotus is the map where the pressure is entirely onto the shoulders of the class of Asterisk. Once again, they have been pushed to the save round, not enough economy, just Sheriff all across the board, and a Rolling Thunder in the hands of Simple. But the ultimate progression for Aura is also looking really promising, as all the major ultimates are just few points away. Even Showstopper is just 2 points away. So should be...
Yeah, the L's are indeed close, but again...
All missiles away.
The same thing could be said to the other side as well, but seems like now they're going to want to jump in, re-clear the rubble yet again at a minute and 15-second mark. We'll be taking that entire space. Now since the connected door is open, I'm pretty sure Robo is not going to jump in to take that orb without the support.
Watching here.
Oh, triple flank challenge.
Yeah, 3 players.
Recalling my
pushing
boss.
C-long. Sinks needs to be very careful. 3 players right on his face. Oh, just to find the timing, and yes, Chris shuts him down. Finds Yash as well. A good trade. Still, no works, gets wave. Whatever advantage Chris did build for the plus of Asterisk, seems like that's not going to work, because now it's a 2v4 situation for them.
One enemy remaining.
Yes, the utils are there, but they are not going to help, as Gambo finds Spear as well.
30 seconds
Simple
left.
in a very difficult round.
Not a lot left in tank, and eventually they fall one after the other. Good rounds from Asterisk yet again. As soon as they got the rifles on board, they've prepared so well against Asterisk for that rubble. And every single time they're doing that, Sinks is watching their 6. If he's not getting a timing for the lurk, he's making sure that he does not let anyone from Asterisk flank. So more than a lurking playstyle, I think so he's playing more of an anti-flank, which is working for his team out really well. Always catching not just 1 but rather 2 or 3, and the anticipation, understanding how
Drone going out.
he's always got a reposition. It's been working so well for them. And this time they just
One
hold it down. Expecting some kind of aggressive play, at least from A or maybe from the C, maybe a pinch play from B and C. They hold it down, and now pulls in the lockdown as well over towards the B. Is there anything on the other side to counter apart from a rolling thunder? Yeah, there's an Armageddon which they'll obviously not use, but the showstopper rolling thunder for
Grenade is live.
It certainly can, and Roblox finds Spear. Finally, the lockdown also not really helping much. Yash, the showstopper. Simple with the rolling thunder, 2 major ultimates in the hands of Asterisk, and seems like the showstopper is going to give the perfect value as it finds 2 plus. It gets a 3rd one.
Last player standing.
Should be easy down as Yash, the 3K and Simple deals with the last player. The showstopper was a mid condition for the players of Asterisk, and Yash did get the perfect thing out of it. Even the rolling thunder has been saved for the upcoming round. And now the plus of Aura, even they have got their own rolling thunder.
It's about that, but again that double from Yash on the back of Simple's fault line was picture perfect play, catching both of them, and eventually Robo messing up his own one. Forced Yash to eventually get a 3K now where
Coming back.
the round win streak has been stopped, eventually moving it over towards the C side.
Shadows traveling.
The C-mount control is entirely in the hands of...
Suppress.
Yes, Suppress and Chris, and Wave finds 2 Prime, and Sinex finds 2 of their own. We put trades happening back and forth. Numbers have been equalized.
Go ahead. Stand your ground.
Armageddon.
Wasn't the Armageddon?
being used. Yes, yes, it was. No value coming out of it.
So yeah, it has, but as soon as you mentioned it, Robo wanted to go in for a bit of an exploration there. Eventually answered back, and there we go, the rolling thunder comes in.
It certainly does. 2v2 situation can go either ways. Once again, the pivot all the way towards a B, and Prime going for the plant, and maybe not. They're going all the way
Lovely.
towards the A side. Yes, certainly it is. It
The
also
fact-
brings
30
opens up
seconds
so
left.
many avenues.
Spike
for
planted.
Warner now.
I'm just gonna say the fact that they just tapped it on B created a bit of confusion for Asterisk, only to buy these additional 5 to 10 more seconds over towards the A side once they plant, and Asterisk jumping for the rotation. Now stairs got covered, alarm bot. The only avenue that remains is either from the backstab or from the connector, which basically allows them to spread in only one direction.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, the timing is there. The timing is there. And the round goes in the hands of Aura. Both the players of Team Asterisk were completely unaware about the position of the Killjoy of Aura. And the Killjoy is stepping up big time, but because just look at that, 12-4.
Lovely approach. Again, they used a couple of utilities though. Icarus and Wave, they stayed up for a bit too long.
One enemy remaining.
So Icarus should have just gone in back, but he just wanted to save his teammate for as long as possible. That eventually opened way for Aura to get those extra trades back, equalize the numbers, and the reason why that Armageddon was used up in such an awkward angle was just to make sure there's no one controlling the waterfall, and there was just to push all the players even further back. And then to take some more space, Aura just went in a bit towards the spawn to explore a few things. But I love the fact how they just fake tabbed over towards the B, went in directly towards the A side. Got those extra few seconds, and the internal clock of Sings is perfect. He knows the timings, and you know, this is exactly the way how he's kept his monitor is exactly how Kang used to keep it back in 03, or rather back in 2023. But since we're on that topic, you know, audience are actually supporting your claim, Shadow. They think that Asterisk are gonna win this one.
The chances are really high, but suddenly I got a very creepy joke in my mind.
Please don't say.
Okay, fine. I won't. But actually, I will. Seems like Sings actually killed the joy for the players of Asterisk in the previous round.
Off your
I'm learning it from you, but coming back to the game. Seems like a fifth one is coming for the players of Aura, as that for the weaponry goes in, and Icarus, despite that, finds Robux, and the paint shell also finds Icarus. The primitive paint shell definitely gets a value. A good trade. Simple also finds Zinzi. Should be a thrifty
Spike
but
planted.
Prime is going for the plant. The Outlaw in the hands of Wave now.
Gambo. Gambo's position is crucial.
And he finds the timing as well onto Yash. That was such an important win. Once again, the numbers equalize. And that TP is not going to work for Wave.
Last player standing.
Find him, shot him down. This KJ is stepping up so huge for the guys of Aura.
What?
Every single time. More tests to run. They need to shut the KJ. If Asterisk, they really want to win on the map of Lotus, all they have to do is just shut down the KJ.
It's not even just about that, Shadow. How else would you want to shut this man down when he's concussed? His aim is shaky. You have got a grey screen in front of you, and he still manages to catch people not once but twice, and that too in back-to-back rounds. That is the craziest Killjoy plays I've seen. 15-4, sure. This man deserves to be here.
Drone going out.
You concuss him does not matter. You got to concuss him and you got to guide it salvo this guy.
On top of that, he has got his lockdown also for the next one. This one, I mean. And he's the one. Have you ever seen KJ taking the alarm bottle battle, going for those first kills?
Yeah, I'm seeing it right now.
Initiated.
Sings does not care. That's another lockdown over towards the B. He did the same thing back when he had the lockdown a couple of rounds ago, but this one's been taken care of by the guided salvos.
Sunround. And Aura. Operator investment is there from the side of the Yash, but he's down to 52 HP. The Paranoia completely dodged.
Surprised.
Seems like Nurse has completely suppressed the Armstrong. And Yash on the back of it finds Gambo. The trades are there. Prime
Spike
going
planted.
to plant. It should be a 4v4 retake, but Simple doesn't have too much HP to work around with. But the operator is definitely there, but despite having no HP, Simple finds
What?
time. And a completely flash Robux finds Simple. What is happening on Earth? Wave is sticking for the defuse, a ninja defuse, and no one is coming for him. But finally,
Last
Envy
player
comes out to
standing.
support and
One
deals
enemy
with it.
remaining.
Shuts him down, but half defuse has already been done. Oh, it's only Yash
Oh
remaining,
my
and
God.
the facials are more than enough to deal with that KJ. And the fourth one goes in the hands of Asterisk.
Such a chaotic one. And eventually, it came down to that last 1v1, but good lord, Yash. Smart play, just throws out that one paint shell to hold down Sinks. And it's probably the utilities that's always catching this man. Definitely not those bullets.
Yeah.
To be honest, Yash looked a bit shaky on that operator. Missed out a couple of early shots though, but was eventually traded once he got a pick onto Cambo.
The timing has to be there. Yash has it all in my bot. One-way dark cover is already there. My ult ready. Paranoia. Everything utilized. Fire in the hole! Stacked up side. It's there, but the timing has to be there. And Yash finds the timing. Fave also gets the timing onto the KJ. Should be a fifth one for the plus of Asterisk, as they have the numbers advantage now.
Yash also has got his own showstopper available, so if things get a bit more messy, he's got an extra bit of utility in your hand. Ho, ho. And crispy with that aim.
Aura has it. Not just NZ.
That
The
is
fact that Aura is struggling on the attacking half is also really concerning, because I wonder what's going to happen in their defensive side. They have to
30
end the
seconds
first half
left.
in a lead.
Yeah, and to be honest, they've still got a total of 3 more rounds to do that, but Execute's gonna be over towards the A side now. All 3 players hopping in for the defenders, ready to flood.
Spike planted.
And look at that, NZ
Last
gets
player
on
standing.
He's completely unaware, not even checking that angle. And simply gets two of his own. Gambo, the last one, he's done in the past, but can he do it again? Seems like no. Even the flash won't work, as we will shut him down, and enough time to go for the defuse. Enough time on Earth to...
Yeah, they're probably running away to go and save that operator. Buys out enough one. 5 and 5 now. As you mentioned, a bit of a struggle for Aura in terms of the economy as well. They might not have enough to go for the full buy in this one. Maybe a few scraps into the mix. Yep, that's exactly going to be the case. Or rather, they've just got enough to full buy in this one. Maybe not the next. So this one becomes even more crucial for them. If they do not win this, then you know that they're not entering the next half, at least in the equalized manner. They'll have to play in a disadvantage, and that's why this timeout is even more important. This is not for anything else, but for rather this entire half to end it at least at a bare minimum 6-6 by winning this one.
But do they have any win condition? The showstopper, the rolling thunder, everything is there with the players of Team Asterisk, and
One
the trades
enemy
are
remaining.
also gonna go in their favor if those two ultimates are paired up and used to the perfection. So yes, Asterisk, they already have few win conditions for the upcoming round, and that's the reason that maybe the players of Aura has called for a timeout, because they know how crucial this next round is going to be. But let's see if the timeout is really gonna work in their favor or not, because the next 2 rounds, if it goes in the favor of Aura, it's going to be 7-5, something they really want. Because like you said, if it goes all the way to the decider, the goal, chances are Asterisk will get a 2-1 victory in their favor.
Have to wait and see for that right now, as again, a couple of players holding it down towards the mount. The Paranoia catches them, but that's the showstopper waited out. Can he catch anything? He does send it, and Robo eventually falls down to that. A big one, as it gives them the full control of Mound, and also baiting out important utilities on the other side as Prime is not left with anything. Salvos will be up after a while. They've still got the Paranoia and a couple of flashes of Gambo to play around with. But I'm not quite sure if it's going to be enough, because NZ needs to be now the pillar to provide that entry. They've got the rubble control and Sinks is playing for that lurker role. But they also need to make some noise towards some part of the map so that Sinks could eventually find a timing onto the others.
I think NZ is trying to do the same thing as he's all the way towards the B. The fault line play is already there. Asterisk completely predicted that, and Simple finds an AJ. The flash, everything is there, and Gambo gets a trade onto Simple.
30 seconds left.
Situation. Prime is going for the plant. Ow!
One enemy remaining.
Stop everyone with a 3K for Yash. And the 6th one for the players of Asterisk. In the defensive half, Asterisk are
Last
really
round before the
comfortable.
switch.
This was indeed an important round, and that they have managed to save the Rolling Thunder as well. It was only the showstopper which was utilized, and the perfect value did come out of it. This is the moment when 80% of the job was already done by the players of Team Asterisk. Ow!
One enemy remaining.
And the rest of the 20% was basically Yash just finishing all of them off while they wanted to flood out of B, maybe to catch an equalizer. The odds are stepped further. Yash should be off yet again.
Mitch Roblox is definitely going to lose as Wave shuts him down.
Right
But
there.
it seems like this time the players of Asterisk
Locating
have picked
target.
up the double control. And look how far NC is. Okay, having that
Screen
entire
suppressed.
stairs control.
Oh my god.
And Simple.
You got 3. Wait a second. Did it actually scan NC as well? Because if yes, then his little timing scored, but does not matter. He does not just scan one, but rather 2.
Out. Alarm bot out. He certainly does. NZ going huge in this one. A 3v4 situation for the players of Asterisk. The plan and the timing of Yash is so perfect for NZ. The fault line is there. The double shot, blast back play.
One enemy
Has
remaining.
shot.
Last
Icarus
player
finds
standing.
one more. Icarus is last man standing in a 1v1 situation.
Position.
Time is not a problem, but the timing is which he doesn't have. And the 6th one goes in the favor
Switching
of
sides.
Aura. A 6-6 first half. Perfectly the way the players of Asterisk wanted.
Yeah. You got 6 rounds on the defense of Lotus. Now it should be a smooth sailing, but is it gonna be? Is the big question, because Sinks on the attack has 19 and 7 as this record. The defense should be a bit more simple, a bit more smooth for this team. Regardless of everything, yeah, we know that in terms of the stalling potential, holding the fort down, we have seen a big rise in Wise. But still, I feel that Killjoy in certain scenarios help you out a bit more.
Flash placed. Not ready yet.
Even Yash is also 16 and 7. He's also performing well for Asterisk.
Oh
But
my
this
god.
time, Prime is the one stepping up huge. Getting 2 outs at B. It seems like the 50% of the job has already been done by the plus of Aura. There should be an easy pistol conversion for Aura in this one. For some reason, the defense is looking great for everyone today.
The jiggle peek on into the right click was just nasty good.
What? Not ready yet.
They haven't got any real estate, but they don't need any right now because they've got the advantage. So just playing on the back of Killjoy utility with the alarm bot. As soon as it gets triggered, we're going to see Robo peeking in. And there's also a Paranoia ready for the trap play. It's a lovely trap play.
Get something, and yes, he does. He finds space. The Paranoia completely dodged.
One enemy remaining.
And NZ gets one more. NZ with a 2K and an easy round. Easy pistol conversion for the players of Aura. Asterisk, whatever hard work they did in the first half, they have to make sure to convert good rounds in the attacking side as well. Otherwise, the entire first half hard work will go completely wasted, and it's going to be it will be a 2-0. This second half, this attacking half, is really important for Asterisk.
One enemy remaining.
I love how Robo eventually prioritized Icarus. over simple because he knew Icarus is the man who's actually catching. Just one Bucky in the play on the other side though. It could potentially be a stack over towards Wave, which it actually is, and Wave wants to try and rush it down though, the only man standing out there, and the diligence, the re-clearance. Prime needs to be careful. There's also an outlaw for Robo which is holding down the entire angle of stairs, so can't really go towards the A site.
Fine.
Drone is down.
Important, the stealth drone gives the information also.
Wait.
Cover going out.
Did it catch Yash? Is the big question. I'm pretty sure it did not. And he's still holding it down with his Bucky. The timing could be everything after the noise is made on C side, but it's again the similar trap play Shadow. And this time it's even more crucial because there's a couple of nanoswarms down on the feet.
Certainly those nanoswarms are a concern for them. Since Asterisk, they don't have the economy also. Just pistol is all across the board. Completely paranoid, the entire team.
30 seconds left.
Forced to pivot all the way towards the B side. And Prime with his Utus is already keeping them at the entry point. NZ finds Seer, Gambo finds Simple as well. A complete annihilation for the plus of Asterisk. That was bound to happen. The main thing is, how is Aura going to have a flawless entire eco?
10 seconds left.
Their round is coming in their favor, but Yash with the Bucky can see. And Icarus going on board. Yash is going for the plant, and Yash is the last man standing. So much eco damage has been done for the plus of Aura, and the pain shells do help to get the last one. 8th one coming for the plus of Aura, but 3 plus were picked off. It should have been a much cleaner round for the plus of Aura.
Should have been a bit more cleaner, but again, in all of that chaos, they still managed to save their Vandal as well as the outlaw for the next one. Which was the main aim. So I think so it's absolutely fine. So yes, this should not be a good bonus for Aura. Asterisk should be able to put the 7th one on board, but 3 half shields in here. So Sinks can definitely catch a big break. Flashed out, yes, but he still has got the outlaw, but not the angle. It's a good smoke again. I've got to wait it all down. Icarus is playing all the way back for the anti-flank if anyone wants to push out. Should see the drone right about now.
And look at the read also.
Look at the C players.
And Robux finds Icarus. And look at the read also. Every single time we saw Cynics playing all the way to the C side. But this time, as the outlaw, he's playing towards the A stairs. The entire setup of his is also towards the A. Grenade! But seems like he's down to 14 HP now.
Shadows traveling.
Only 3 players remaining from the side of Asterisk. Should be an easy bonus conversion. Not easy, he should be in conversion. Prime also finds yes. Should be an
Two
easy
suppressed.
job for the class of
All missiles away.
There's only one player with low HP. Try first damage.
Last player standing.
To work around with near all the three rounds. Anyway, the last man and Robux with a free kick. This time, the Rays were stepping up big time. The 9th one coming on board for the players of Aura. Seems like even the official Jinxer is not able to help the players of Asterisk now.
This is just nasty. Understanding the scan of that drone was so big. I'm still not quite sure why Icarus did not break it. He probably did not see it, maybe. I think so, it was already in the vision. Because it cleared out the entire fort. They knew that Icarus was all the way down there alone, and also since he was suppressed, the players out of C were able to push out without getting detected. That one weaponry turned into a snowball effect, which eventually got a bonus conversion for Aura. And they're also so very close to a couple of their crucial ultimates out. Showstopper for Robo. Maybe just a few points away from the shadows as well now. Yes, normally people would say it's not a very impactful one, but if you remember the game number 1 and the plays that were made by Lightning Fast, I'd beg to differ. The other side too, there are a few ones, but this time out.
Scared that was Lightning Fast.
Yeah,
Let's
I mean,
be real.
still, Hey, yo, listen. I know what the stats say, but I still believe that all of these players are capable of making plays like that.
They certainly are. I'm not having any doubt on that. But the way the entire map of Haven went down and the way Lotus second half is happening, it does affect the mental of the player sometimes. I'm not doubting their skills. Just the momentum.
Thorns activated.
And even the best of the best players of the country, if the momentum is not in their favor, they tend to lose.
Drone going out. Drone is down.
Once again. Save round. For
All missiles away.
Target towards the Yash.
Unsuppressed.
Pushes all the people out with all those utilities towards the B side, but again, not really established anything else since everyone's just still holding it down. Veto catches one. No lurk opportunity for Icarus.
Found them. Alarm bot triggered on the back of it. Here has been picked off.
One enemy remaining.
Back and forth trades happening and simple the last one. In a 1v3 situation. As it was a
Team Ace.
Onto the Guardian and Prime with that special delivery will get simple and the 10-1 for the players of Aura. It is a 2-0 happening.
That's exactly what I said. And also in terms of the ultimates now snowballing, this could very well be a big play for Aura. Though we've seen Yash getting a big value out of his own showstopper as well, which is eventually just a couple of points away. Icarus 1 point away from the Steel Garden, so they might want to play for Orb. And that's why we are seeing a big stab towards CNB. This could be a pinch.
Certainly is. The showstopper also comes online. Gets no value. The face up
Spike down. Attacker spawn.
Gambo gets one more. Only 2 players remaining from the set of Asterisk. That C-Pinch really worked in the favor of the players of a team Aura.
Last player
Rush needs to
standing.
get the timing and it will be in the favor of NZ as 4K for NZ and the 11-1 for the players of Aura. Seems like Asterisk attacking half is something they are really struggling. Not even a single round has been converted in the attacking half for the players of Asterisk. Not even the ultimates are helping them.
What an understanding and what a play. Aura, they knew Steel Garden was 1 point away. They knew what Asterisk might do. And they prepared a counter for that. And they might want to do something similar even in this round, or at least use the same early round util.
Blinding pressure.
Not ready yet.
And again, Asterisk this time puts out a flash early on the Archers. Quickly dealt with. So the exact same. This is eventually a mount play. And they get not 1 but rather 2 out of that. The second one was over towards the rubble though.
The stealth drone also being invested all the way towards B. But the direct of Asterisk are moving towards the A. They've got the rubble control and trying to go for the B control, but the entire setup is also towards the A. These nano swarms, those alarm wards. They're going to give all the information. Seems like the information has already been passed on to the players of Aura. Navic wand being triggered. It's all about the timing.
Adapt!
Because of Asterisk is the Steel Garden, which has been invested at this point. Near going for the plan.
A couple of them have eventually adapted. They're gonna wait out for them to move out. And a bunch of util.
One of them was a special delivery of Prime on point. Gets one. Wave gets a trade.
Last player standing.
Sinks.
Last man standing. In a 1v2
One
situation.
enemy
Does
remaining.
to isolate. And yes, he does. Gets one.
Stand
Gets
ground.
one. And TBS.
Oh my god.
Reload. No way. With a shot, he gets a third one. That did not happen, Scared.
Ultimate is ready.
My man pulled out a knife instead of the secondary weapon. I don't know if it was
Match
out
point.
or reload or anything else. Maybe he just misstabbed the key or the keyboard. Wanted to press 2, ended up pressing 3 or vice versa. Oh my god, what a round, what a conundrum. But still, it eventually came down to this one play which the entire team was able to set things up for him to move in, for him to go for the lurk. Or rather the flank, which worked out perfectly.
Grenade! How on earth Uber did not get that one? That's my main concern. That should have been a round for the choice of Team Asterisk. Aura on the series point now. And seems like a done and dusted case. There should be a last play. Battlefield Golden on the back of it. Prime. Adonaya exchanged to the fault line, and Prime, who was trying to swing out, has been pushed back into the site now.
They've taken the space towards the rubble. They've also taken the space towards B, but I haven't really done anything else apart from that.
Satchel out. Even finds Roblox as well. Only 3 players remaining from the side of Aura, but side control is still there with the Aura as Gambo gets simple and near as well. What is happening?
30 seconds
Isolated
left.
duels are being given by the players of Team Asterisk.
targets.
There should have been a
One
trade
suppressed.
in that situation, but that didn't happen. Finally, the lockdown is there, and one of the players has been detained.
One enemy remaining.
Nope. None of them happened. And the man, Aura Gambo, was just out here gambling, ready to pick the players off right outside as they move out and maybe have a chance of survival. But it seems survival is out of question once Aura are just high on Aura. Plus 1000 once again. 6 rounds on attack and then 7 straight rounds on defense. Shadow, doesn't matter if Lotus is an attack-centric map or not. If your defense is as good as this team, I'm pretty sure you don't care about which side you're really playing. You will get those rounds on defense.
Actually, today everyone was playing really good on the defensive side. Be it Reckoning or the players of ELT or Asterisk or Aura. Seemed like everyone was just struggling on the attacking side. And South Asian teams, if I'm not wrong, they are known for their attacking sides. Like, that's not the case anymore now.
Yeah, they were just playing so very well organized for Aura, I would have to say. Asterisk on the other end though, on their defense, yes, they look pretty decent, but when they switched over to the attacking side, that's where the trouble started, because again, there's a basic fundamental of the map of Lotus which runs that you've got to take space over towards the mound and then you've got to go re-clear the rubble in situations where enemy is taking rubble very early on, very aggressively. But if that does not happen, you simply walk over towards the rubble, take that space, and then play it around the mound or maybe towards the B. Send in someone for the lurk. If you're not getting any lurk, just make sure that the guy plays anti-flank. I think the fundamental is where Asterisk really need to brush a few things up, because they were making certain good plays, but Aura on the other hand were just so adaptive. They knew what kind of play they were going to make. I really want to bring the attention back to that one round where it was a C pinch. Aura knew that Steel Garden of Icarus was 1 point away. They knew it's easy to take the Mound Orb, and they knew that there's a trap play they've set up perfectly for that. Quickly just deleted everyone. Now this is that quick adaptation, quick anticipation of what they need to do to quickly steal away those rounds.
Yeah, the adaptations were definitely there, but more than that, I think so many mistakes were also there from the side of Asterisk. Be it the map of Haven, completely unaware about the plans of the players of Team Aura. Even on the map of Lotus also, the defense was looking decent for the players of Asterisk, but the attack was something which looked like they were not even prepared. They were not able to breach into the defense. The layering of the utility was also not there from the side of Asterisk. The trade game was also not there, because if you notice in the last few rounds, when one of the player from the side of Aura was able to isolate those fights, that should have been a trade game where Asterisk should have been able to get the trade, but that didn't happen. So many mistakes were definitely there. So Asterisk, they need to go back home and do a VOD review of what really happened wrong on the map of Haven and on the map of Lotus, and maybe try to come back stronger next time.
I'd have to say, you know, aura was really high on aura. I'm going to say that time and time again because they've just gained a lot of aura points. But for now, we're going to have a look at the highlights and regain or relive the moments which were there all the way right from round 1 itself. And the pistol one there, things could have basically gone a bit more left and right. But again, here's the thing, right? This rubble play of Wave on the defense, again, he did it twice in a row in 2 consequent rounds. And in both the rounds, he was punished in the exact similar manner. That's why I say Aura was really on point in terms of adjusting to what was happening around the game. There were a couple of moments when Yash as well outshined. Icarus and Wave had their own moments time to time. It was shut down so very quickly by Aura, anticipating almost every other thing, layering a few things up, regardless if they're going up for those solo peaks, layering it up with the utility as well. But this was such a crispy shot from Yash.
One enemy it certainly remaining. Was, and like I said, too many mistakes from the side of Team Asterisk. Few good plays were there from the side of Yash, and that also worked in the first half. The second half, that was also not there. Roblox is one enemy remaining. And it's not like that the entirety of Aura was just relying on a single player. It was a team. And that was being showcased by the plus of Aura. The way the utilities were being invested. This is the moment. One enemy remaining. Gamma was able to win those 2 isolated duels. Both the players were holding on to a crossfire. And in a crossfire, if an enemy gets a trade, gets a kill onto you, you should get the trade. But that was not the case with the players of Team Asterisk at all. But looking at the team performance, 10 first kills for the players of Team Aura and 9 for the players of Team Asterisk.
They got 9 times the plant out of the 12 rounds, while the conversion rate was 6. So eventually they were doing a pretty decent job in those post plants as well, and they were prioritizing those sites over those fights. I think so that I do like that part about Aura. Asterisk on the other end though, 9 times they were able to get that first kill, so clearly shows you the story of how back and forth it was going in the first half, but then you move over towards the post plant and that tells a very different story of how dominating it was by Aura. And that's why this is the reason he is the guy. He is the main source of their own Aura itself. That's why they were farming it so well. 366 ACS and 254 damage per round. Sinks with a KDA of 3 it's illegal, man.
Sinks was a complete monster in the game. He was absolutely lethal the way he was getting those 3Ks, those 4Ks converted in his favor. Every single time. I haven't seen any better KJ, to be honest, in the recent times. Yes, in the past I have seen, but in the recent days, this is the best performance which I saw from a KJ. But on the other side, from Asterisk, it was Yash who was doing the majority of the heavy lifting with 18 and 14 to with 76 ACS, 3 first kills. But still, it was only the first half story.
Yeah, because there was no story in the second half. There was only chaos. There was only a battle that was constantly being won by Aura. It wasn't even a battle at all. It was more of a slaughter on the second half. The only man who was out there a bit more on the struggling end was Prime with 8, 9 and 8. But Sinks, again, I'll have to say, every single time was so on point. Be it in terms of those trades, be it in terms of just individually fragging out the other side, stopping anyone from going for the flanks. And I think so that itself is such a big responsibility because you know a fight is coming your way. Now you've got to anticipate if it's a slow peak or if it's a short peak, it's a wide peak, if it's a Ferrari peak or whatnot, it could be a double peak for anyone care. So you've got to be worried about that, and also at the same time you need to win that one, because if you lose, your team is getting flanked 100% while they're on site. And the reason why every single time we were seeing Aura going for the plant was because Sinks was standing there watching their backs, always winning those fights. That's one of the main reasons why I still feel that they got the site 9 out of the 12 times.
Yeah, and Sinks, obviously, he was top fragging and he was doing majority of the heavy lifting, but we also can't take the limelight away from NZ, because NZ was also winning those crucial duels. He was also creating those opening frags. So many rounds were converted because of NZ, especially if you remember round number 17 where he was able to get a 4K he dealt with Chris, he dealt with Nier, he dealt with Yash and Simple. That 4K was also really important in that particular round, and Gambo also, especially in those pistol rounds where he was shining the most. So yes, Gambo and NZ were also doing justice to the game, but we also have got top 3 players. In terms of the kills, Aziz is top fragging with 210 kills, Damara being on the second one with 206.
Yeah, and again, if you're just talking about that, you might as well just add ACS and first kills into the same list. Because in terms of all of them, Aziz is first, Damara is second. In terms of KDA, yes, that's where Lightning Fast slowly pops up. 2.2 shows how well he's performing on those smokes. Russ as well. For an IGL, that is absolutely nasty. 2.2 for him again. For Aura, that's where NZ steps up now. So a good game for NZ out here. In terms of headshot percentage, yes, we are finally seeing someone dethrone Venka from there. It's Simple with over 38.4. That's pretty good achievement for their side. But in terms of finding the wins on those maps, yes, the struggles are there. They're doing the same thing even now. But for Aura, I think so this is a very good thing. Because now they're going to get that momentum for their matchup tomorrow as well. That is going to be against OG. And I think so this one big confidence boost could eventually help them maybe get a few more in the next few ones. Because they're, if I'm not wrong, their strongest matchups are already over. I guess they both have played against Revenant Esports, against Velocity as well, right? Or are still yet to play against RNTX. So that's one strong matchup that they still have. While if you're talking about OG, I think so they also redeemed themselves when they were playing against Reckoning just on the last day of the previous week. So Aura will have to be careful about that as well on the other side. But at least we're seeing players step up.
Yeah, OG and Reckoning, that was a close matchup, especially on the map of Lotus, where it went into OT, and it was a 2-0 victory for the players of Orangutan. So yes, Orangutan is also running high on the confidence, but that also makes things interesting for the players of Aura, because I don't think that matchup against OG is going to be an easy one at all. Because yes, Aura's difficult matches are over, but they still need to prepare more for the upcoming matches, because OG is also one of the strongest team in the server at this point.
Yeah, that's also something that they've got to consider. For Asterisk though, on the other side, I think so this was the moment where they could have eventually got at least a map win, maybe to try and catch a few more things, but it's absolutely fine. Happens sometimes. Guess what? We've still got the overall standings to watch out for as VLT. Now they've got a big convincing lead with 59 round difference and a map difference of +9, but that's because RNTX Spark did not play today. Now the game is going to be tomorrow, Shadow, and that is the most exciting game of VCSA Split 1. And I am not going to hear any kind of arguments against it. Now, look at this. This is a big thing. Aura, on the back of that one win, have moved over towards the 5th spot, even moving ahead than S8UL and Global Esports Academy.
Yeah, and Aura, they have played only 3 matches, whereas S8UL and Global Esports Academy, they have played 4 matches. They've got 3 losses and just 1 single victory. But this can be changed, because tomorrow we also have a matchup between, not tomorrow, day after tomorrow, we also have in week 3, S8UL versus Asterisk. So S8UL, they still have got few easy maps left with, few easy matches left with, but we also have got an interview lined up on the Hindi desk. So let's just directly head over to the interview.
आज में उनको स्वागत करेगा सब आज का for a quick short interview. So thanks, let's have him on the stage.
हुई है आपकी टीम की. How do you guys feel after this? Okay, now you finally have one win on the board.
मतलब काफी अच्छा लग रहा है. हम पहले मैप में भी काफी स्ट्रगल कर रहे थे, सेकंड मैप में भी काफी स्ट्रगल किया, और आरजी के अगेंस्ट लोटस में थोड़ा कमबैक किया था, बट वो क्लोज आउट नहीं कर पाए. बट आज काफी अच्छा लग रहा है कि एक काइंड ऑफ डोमिनेटिंग विन लिया है उनके अगेंस्ट में, एंड होपफुली इसी मोटिव के साथ आगे बढ़ेंगे आगे के मैचेस के लिए भी.
जिस समय हेवन का मैच चल रहा था थिंग्स, उस समय टीम के अंदर क्या बातचीत चल रही थी? क्योंकि द डिफेंडर साइड और क्लीन आउट किया जा रहा है ओपोनेंट्स को, मतलब मौका ही नहीं था एस्ट्रिक्स के पास कुछ करने का. टीम में क्या चल रहा था उस पॉइंट ऑफ टाइम पर?
मतलब बेसिकली ये तो हम 2 बार 13-0 हो चुके हैं. अब इससे ज्यादा बुरा तो क्या ही होगा. जस्ट प्ले द नेचुरल गेम, जो हो सकता है वो करेंगे.
तो इंटेंशन ये था खुद 13-0 में सामने वाले को आज 13-0 करके जाना है.
मतलब ऐसा इंटेंशन नहीं था, बट ये था कि इससे बुरा नहीं हो सकता है, तो अब इससे अच्छा ही करेंगे.
वो एक कहावत होती है ना कि जब रॉक बॉटम हिट कर दो तो ओनली वे इज अप। आई थिंक आपने उस चीज को आज काफी अच्छे से प्रूव किया। बट सेकंड मैप की तरफ आते हैं। फर्स्ट हाफ एंड होते होते बिकॉज आपका मोमेंटम स्टार्टिंग में काफी अच्छा चल रहा था, लेकिन फर्स्ट हाफ एंड होते होते इट फेल्ट कि एस्ट्रिक्स यहाँ से शायद कम बैक कर जाए। वो रीएडजस्टमेंट के पीछे क्या कम्युनिकेशन थी आपकी कि सेकंड हाफ इट वाज जस्ट अ क्लीन स्वीप, पूरा वाइट वॉश किया आपने गेम को वहां पे?
बेसिकली हमको पता था कि हमारा सेकंड हाफ स्ट्रॉन्ग ही रहने वाला है, इसलिए हमने अटैक स्टार्ट किया। अटैक में जितना हमसे राउंड ले सकते हैं। एंड सेकंड हाफ हमारा स्ट्रॉन्ग ही है। एंड फर्स्ट हाफ में ये था कि कुछ कॉल्स फंबल्स हो गए 2-3 राउंड मुझसे भी और टीममेट से भी, तो 2-3 राउंड वहाँ फंबल हो गए, नहीं तो वो भी क्लीन विन होता है।
ओके, पैरा का इन्वेस्टमेंट हुआ है आपके साथ, पैराडॉक्स इज देयर विद यू टू गाइड यू अराउंड। उनका कितना इम्पैक्ट रहा है ये ओवरऑल डेवलपमेंट में फॉर टीम ऑरा?
इम्पैक्ट तो बहुत ज़्यादा है, ऐसे परसेंटेज में तो बता नहीं पाऊंगा, बट इम्पैक्ट बहुत ज़्यादा है। काफ़ी चीज़ हमने सीखी, काफ़ी चीज़ें हमको जो गलत पता थी उनको सही किया। एंड लुकिंग फॉरवर्ड टू वर्क विद पैरा, ही इज अ रियली ग्रेट कोच एंड ग्रेट मेंटर।
वेल आई मीन अभी ये एक एडिशन हुआ है आपके पास, एक स्टार कोच आए हैं, बट आपका जो अगला मैच है दैट इज यू गोइंग अप अगेंस्ट ओजी। तो Are you guys prepared for that? एक नाम है, एक लेगेसी है ओजी के साथ, एंड इफ यू एक्चुअली मैनेज टू बीट देम, खासतौर से आज की जीत के बाद कॉन्फिडेंस आप लोग फील कर रहे होंगे, बट हाउ डू यू गाइस फील लुकिंग एट दैट ओजी मैच अपकमिंग नेक्स्ट?
मतलब हम नॉर्मल गेम की तरह ट्रीट करेंगे। हम लोग कभी भी ओपोनेंट्स देख के ऐसा नहीं बोलते कि ये मैच बड़ा है, मैच छोटा है, जैसा जाएगा वैसा जाएगा, ऑन द फ्लो खेलते हैं।
Well, कई बार ये ऑन द फ्लो की स्ट्रैटेजीज जो होती है अनएक्सपेक्टेड रिजल्ट्स दिलाती है। बट सिंग्स, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर जॉइनिंग अस फॉर दिस लवली इंटरव्यू। आज का परफॉर्मेंस आप जिस तरह से खेले, आपकी टीम जिस तरह से खेली, इट वाज अमेजिंग एंड होपफुली दिस कंटिन्यूज ऑन इन द फ्यूचर एज वेल। थैंक यू सो मच एंड गुड लक फॉर योर नेक्स्ट मैच।
थैंक यू सो मच, बाय
बाय।
Once you've hit the rock bottom, then the only way you can go is up. So perfect, well said statement by Sinks, and that's probably also one of the main reasons why we're seeing him climb onto that ladder of those skills as well, right? So I love the mentality that the team has, and I think so this momentum is also going to help him in their matchup tomorrow, which was also mentioned by Johnny in this one. But Shadow, that's about it for whatever happened today. Tomorrow we've got Velocity up against Global Esports Academy. Now, just say Global Esports Academy, they faced a thrashing defeat previously against one of the teams, so I think so that's going to be a bit more difficult matchup for them.
Of course, it's going to be a really difficult matchup, but Velocity versus Revenant Esports is something we all are waiting for, especially on the map of Lotus, because Lotus is something which is really strong for VLT and Revenant Esports. Today, the Mara was not really coming online, and I'm sure Revenant Esports was watching that map very closely. So VLT, they need to figure out a way how to deal with that sort of a situation, because the Mara needs to come online if VLT really wants to win. The second matchup is going to be between Revenant Esports and Global Esports Academy, and I really want to ask your predictions for tomorrow's both the matches.
Oh my god, VLT and Revenant Esports, you know what, I'm just not giving any kind of prediction for that one. I am not. No, don't ask me for that one. That's a matchup I really was waiting to see right from the first day of the entire event itself. For the second one, OG Aura, given the performance that Aura showed today, I think so I'm actually gonna say that they might take one map away from OG while also giving them a good competition on the second one. If for OG, if they play the way how they played against Reckoning Esports, that's where I think OG might actually close it all out, right? Because they dominated Reckoning, while Aura, they also played a pretty solid match. Shadow, quick predictions from you, and then we'll quickly finish off the show.
I'm not giving any prediction at all, because yes, Velocity versus Revenant Esports is a matchup which we all have been waiting for. But Reckoning versus Global Esports Academy, I think Reckoning should get a victory for themselves in a 2-0 fashion.
Well, we'll have to see what happens tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. Type your predictions down in the comment section as well. But thank you so much for tuning in. Again, you all were watching the OMEN VALORANT Challengers South Asia 2025 Split 1. It's me, Skate8, alongside me, Shadow, and also Aladdin was also there. Maybe tomorrow a new gift is going to arrive for the best fated matchup. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Don't go anywhere.